Hey everyone, just going live for Sarah's testimony because this trial is horribly boring, but this is the only part I'm actually interested in. Oh, are we back? Are we back? Hey, one man's trash, welcome. Welcome. I'm hey Hugh. Sarah should be testifying soon. Yep, that's why I came on. This trial is so goddamn boring. I have been watching. I feel like I need those hours back. Hey, Leah. I figured I'd come on because Sarah is coming on the stand, and that's really the only important part of this whole trial. Because, like, I was watching this morning, and that lawyer that was cross examining the detective, I was like, spit your words out, man. Just spit your words out. Oh, he's dreadful. I, I, I wasn't sure if I'd have anybody in on the live, but I was like, I want to do this for the Sarah part. Good morning, Leah. How are you, my friend? I know, right? He did keep going in circles, and he was asking stupid things. Like, they just watched the video yesterday. They know all this. Like, he didn't get, or the last question, did you lie to her? I'm like, and then that was it. I was like, well, there's a cliffhanger. What a just so word to the wise guys, if you put out a wanted ad for lawyers, this is what you're gonna get. I think he I think he thought he was trying to trick her one, but he wasn't doing a very good job of it. Like, Hugh says Sarah's testimony should make up for the more boring parts of this trial. Let's hope, Hugh. Let's hope. That's I rushed home from work just to get here to do this. Yeah, make her feel like she didn't remember. But the one thing that they were in motions that they were so adamant about, the her giving the proper Miranda rights, it wasn't even an issue. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? I knew as they started the defense that Sarah would be the very first one on. They have to get her to show a reason she was petrified. Yes, Hugh, I can't wait for her to do her little innocent side eyes and her oh poor me look at the jury. It'll be the first time we've seen her face through this whole trial. Like, the camera angles are horrible. My in-home caregiver starting to get the bug for this channel and trial. Oh, and I'm so sorry I've been taking time off, guys. The whole fighting in between creators and things like that, it's just too much. I don't like that to be that, and I don't like getting involved in it, and I just don't like it. This, Leah says, this has to be the most boring trial I've ever watched. Maybe if the camera was on Sarah's face, it might at least give me a laugh. Oh, I agree, Leah. This is the most boring. There's been almost 5 years of wait for this trial, and it's dreadful.
We're back on the record, 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Yeah, sure, on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Miss Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin back on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Do we have any motions?
We do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
If I may first vote, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this time the defense would move for a judgment acquittal. I'm going to start with just a real quick couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned this responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit. I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case, and I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented. I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly of the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder, prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder.
Sit down, sir.
Information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now, The fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase,
You have
albeit
no
under
proof
the
of that.
influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or an imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which the state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is equivocated, is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but
Oh
testimony
my God, man.
that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will.
Oh,
And even if they were to establish negligence, that's not homicidal. We know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry. But that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case. Whether any trier of fact, in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them, establish the elements of the crime. There are three elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds would be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you, I don't care, laughing, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are two distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes.
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
So if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on the photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense and battered spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, for the court to then consider whether or not we established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal, to just go through it again, because I know you're going to ask the colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with her. I don't know, 10 minutes maybe.
For Christ's sakes.
Meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there, but just a short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity. But before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counsel, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
For Christ's sakes. Honestly, all he's going to do is say, did you study the handbook I gave you? Did you go over what you're supposed to say and act like if you are a DV victim? Oh, for Christ's sakes, this man. He was the one yesterday that was moaning that he wanted to get to her testifying by 10:30. Here we are, almost 11 o'clock. Chain the bitch up. Just. Oh, you're right. She's not smiling now. Hugh says, poor Lucas is now in the same same type of that Wendy's kids are in, same mess that Wendy's kids are in, except it was the entire Adelson family being guilty. Yeah. Although Lucas's dad has done, but Lucas really didn't. It's his mom. I won't take that away, but he didn't really have that solid connection to his mom as the boys did to the Adelsons. And did everyone see that the state replied to Charlie's motion? Should see if if the, well, I'm right here. If they replied to the state yet. Pardon me, guys. I'm just going to put I just want to see if it's come up yet. Charles Adelson right here. Reply to the state. No, it's not up yet. Not up yet. Frog is on. Yeah, the state just said that what Charlie's saying is just not correct at all. So, hello, Ian, my friend. How are you? I'll just be interested in what Offerman replies back. Because you can say what you want about Charlie, but Offerman is a damn good lawyer. Yeah, Sarah, you're right. Sarah has no bond with her son. Yeah, AA's posted it. Yep. Mentor Lawyer did a quick thing on it last night. And like I said, we can say all we want about the Adelsons and we can, but Offerman is a damn good lawyer, and that's got me a bit worried. Sarah on in 10. Bring this is what the trial is. This right here. The rest of this trial has just been dreadful to watch. Just dreadful. The state attorney has no life to himself. No life. Just, Cacciatore, I believe his name is. I could be pronouncing it wrong. And Mr. J, they're just, I wouldn't think you could get any blar than those two, but then you got Sarah's lawyers, and oh my God. You just want to say, can you take the marbles out of your mouth and talk? That lady cop was way better looking in HD. She is a pretty woman. You can tell when she's getting annoyed, though, because she does the thing with her mouth. And I was watching, I'm like, that's when she's annoyed. She's annoyed with the defense. The lip smacks, though. But when she rolls her lips, that's when I thought, oh, that's what she does when she's annoyed. You would think, but they're trying to say she left him in. She didn't take him out because she was too worried he was going to unalive her if she let him out. You notice that too, Leah? Yeah. At first I was like, what is she doing? And then she'd get asked a dumb question and then she'd do it. Oh, Ian, it is a joke. It is so bad. Like 4-year wait for this trial. And I can't even bring myself to watch the damn thing. Like I watch it in the evening and put it on 1.5 speed just to get through it. It's horrible. That's why I was like, well, I'll just rush home, do Sarah, and then go back to work. Frogazon says, if SB was so afraid, she could have left long time before the suitcase torture. Well, she had many opportunities. She kept bailing him out. Now, that being said, domestic violence, women and men, I'm never ever going to say just women because it happens to both, will tend to bail their attacker out. But she had plenty of time to be away from him. He was at his parents'. His parents told him, do not go back there. She was the one that talked him to go back. I'm sorry, guys, and I'm going to put it out there, and I apologize if anybody takes offense to it. She was the aggressor in that relationship. It was a toxic relationship. They both were abusive to each other. I'm not going to take that away, but she was the aggressor. It's just a test of everyone's patience. Yeah. If she was scared, get him in the suitcase and run, call 911. Absolutely. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? She could have easily left the house, called the police, and say, listen, we were playing hide and seek, and I'm sorry, I have to laugh. And he's going to get violent. And he's trapped in a suitcase, and I need your help. I still, honestly, guys, we watched that video, and I didn't realize the suitcase was as small as it was. That's just, it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Come on, Sarah, get on the stand. Let's go. Oh, look, she's reading her script. How many think that she had a couple girls in there pretending they were lawyers and her pretending she was on the stand and they were drilling her? She did her own little mock trial. I know, Ian, right? Get on the stand. I need to go to bed. Look, he's going over a script with her. I know. Wait till she gets on that stand. It's going to be the Sarah Boone show. Who's this little fella? Who's this fella coming in now? Not another lawyer, I hope. Oh, is it going to be Mr. J that does the cross? I hope so. Because I'm sorry, Caggiatore is just boring. He's got no life to his voice. We're spoiled, though, because we have been following Georgia and Sarah Catherine Dugan. I think we're spoiled. Yeah, and Leah Wright, and we get to see her face. She's such an expressive person. I do not understand the camera angles, because I imagine she was making faces this whole time. Like Georgia's got life to her voice. Sarah's got life to her voice. These two gentlemen, nothing. Blah. I still say it would have been a way better trial if she was per se. Oh. Damn you, lawyer that helped her get this lawyer. Oh. You should have heard me, Ian. I had it on while I was at work and in the car to come home. And I'm like, does this guy I don't get him. He's just playing Ring Around the Rosie here. Like, I still say, how do you go from no lawyers to having 3 and 2 paralegals? I just don't get it. Yeah, ma'am, were you pregnant at the time? Yeah. Just the stupid questions he asked made no sense. Oh yeah, the one behind, I can't remember his name. For the notoriety. Yeah. But honestly though, would you hire these Cracker Jacks? Like what they're doing here, I wouldn't hire them. Ma'am, now when you have cereal, do you add the cereal or the milk first? The glory, the fame. But they just, to me, they look like, I call them Cracker Jack lawyers because if they're looking for fame and they're looking for glory, you'd think they'd be more expressive. Yeah, what lawyer would want their... Now listen, if they get her manslaughter, or they get her off, which we just know is not going to happen, then that's one thing, but I would be saying to my lawyer, do you got a little pep to your step? Do you have something else than just this blah, blah, blah? Leah says, obviously she feels so important to have that many lawyers. And who was she smiling at a little bit earlier? She was on the red carpet or something like that. I think the Barker's Beauties. Yeah, you never know. Look at Casey Anthony. You're right, one. It's just so we can see it so clearly. I hope the jurors can see it too. Lord have mercy. Come on. I know. Casey Anthony was much more charismatic. That she was. Wonder if she smiles like that when the jury is sitting. I don't know. Despite being just as guilty, right? So I'm wondering how many times we hear not intentional. Come on. Hello, my friend Jibs. How are you? No malicious. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks, Jibs. Just taking a little break from all this YouTube fighting. I just can't take it. Hi, Muriel. Welcome. I'm so excited I even have the day off. I rushed home from work just to do the Sarah part. No, that I don't. Oh, does she? Okay, let's say this right now. Does she start crying? Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Trying to get us back to where we need to be, away from all this fighting that's going on YouTube. It's heartbreaking, and I just don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be attacked anymore, and from people I don't even know. So I just want to get us away from that. One says it'll be hard for her to cry. She's not an emotional person, in my opinion. I agree, she's not. She's definitely not an emotional soul. It will definitely be fake if she tries. What fighting dare I ask? Just 3 creators coming at smaller channels, and I just don't want to be a part of it. Well, you can't attack people and expect not to get punched. No, I agree. I stood up for myself, and that made it worse. So I want to be justice for, actually, where's my banner? There it is. I started this channel to be a voice for other victims, because I know personally what it's like, and to be attacked because I'm a victim, it's hard on my mental. I don't think she has it in her to cry, but she could be as good as Wendy when it comes to acting. See, and I don't think Wendy was a good actor. I caught on to her crap right fast. Jib says these people think it's okay to go around punching other creators. Absolutely. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that one bit. I'm just trying to find a way for the coffee crew and Crime and Coffee to navigate through this and be the channel that I was wanting to be. And we're small. We don't. Yeah, Wendy was fake to me too. I instantly. Here we go, guys.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
David Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense?
James Owens from Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Zach on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same
figured.
black blazer and dark blue blouse from this morning. She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints, so she'll be able to stand when our jury enters. And if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you. Similarly to our conversations earlier today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way?
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
I agree, Ian.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering an affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am. As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
How many of you guys just held your breath when they asked that question? Like, dear God, please don't say no.
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to
Hi,
get you to
Michael.
testify or not testify in this case?
No.
I do.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case.
Yes, understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come in self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I
Yes,
just wanna
you
talk
are,
about that,
Ian.
but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay, then we need to address with regard to Holland.
Sorry, guys. Leah, no, it's not that they're bending over backwards for Sarah. It's the fact that she has gotten rid of so many lawyers that they're just making sure every I is crossed, every I is dotted, every T is crossed.
Holland.
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase. And,
Oh my God.
And then the third thing is that the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that George
Delay,
Torres
delay.
committed on Sarah Boone, and there's a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded to, that she considered an imminent threat, and that she took evidence or she took action to either block or physically restrain George Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on those statements by the two detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says he comes at me all the
It'll
time.
be freaking lunchtime before they start.
Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence that George Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by George Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before. And the officers I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Okay. Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. She affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. And the court, in its ruling pre-trial, as we're trying to get some guidance on this, reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statements on the matter, and there is no overt act thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain that ruling, and I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020, before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or matters of house evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens? All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box.
Your client doesn't need to touch it.
inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Exactly, Michael.
Judge, I think that she had that evidence view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember exactly, but it had already been previously scheduled. I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning, I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence.
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
Because
When I sent my jury out?
I've been meeting with my client about
Okay.
her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So in terms of not giving her this evidence,
In terms of anything that the state just discussed?
I've just been busy with my client.
Okay. How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and look at the baseball bat and the suitcase, which have been entered into evidence?
I would think 15 minutes.
Bloody hell.
I'm very concerned because it is 11:25.
Oh no. What happened? Did their feed just stop?
Early lunch, it's 11:30. Let's take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. And then I believe tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brannon that's going to be here first thing Wednesday morning. And then
Poor
I
Ian.
believe Dr. Harper's not going to be here till Thursday morning. So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that.
Oh,
But I think
you
for purposes of
bitched
this,
yesterday.
Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this evidence with my client before she testifies. And I have not had a chance to view that evidence other than seeing it here today. But I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
bloody hell. All right. Just when I thought it wasn't going to be more delaying, here we go. Yep. Sarah hasn't had time. She's had 4 years of not playing with zippers. She needs one more chance at it. Take that any way you want, people. Ugh. If I went right, Ian. If I was this useless at my job, I'd be broke, right? Leah, you're right. It's beyond ridiculous. Oh my God. He bitched and moaned yesterday about getting her on the stand by 10:30. Yeah, after all these delays, the judge will go over all those questions again with Boone. It's a circus. I agree, Michael. This is ridiculous. That is one of the paralegals. I've nicknamed them the Barker's Beauties. You should have seen the first day she was in court, Ian. She was flaunting her girls, let me tell you. But ever since, she must have been hearing what people were saying about how she was dressed, because now she's been wearing suit pants and a shirt that comes up a lot higher. One says, guys, you know why they're stalling. They want her to be able to be the last thing that these jurors see when they go home or hear when they go home tonight, in my opinion. I agree. Court's full today. Oh, there's Joel. No, don't be sorry, one. That's fine. Joel's in the front row. Yeah, Ian, right? There's such stall tactics. This is ridiculous because he didn't even mention anything yesterday that he needed duck lips. Yep. That he wanted to review the suitcase with Sarah so she could play with the zipper. Come on. Yes. You know what? Let Sarah play with the zipper. Put her in the damn suitcase and see if she can open that zipper from the inside. Put the bitch in the suitcase. With only 2 fingers popping out. See if she can, and then Owens take the bat and start smashing her while she's in the suitcase and see if she can get herself out of that suitcase. That would be the only way I'd let her play with that zipper. I almost agree with you there, Ian. Doing anything to test the judge's patience so he makes a mistake. Nothing is Put her in the damn suitcase. Owen wants to go over the bat, look at the bat, and that. Put Sarah in the damn suitcase. See if she can get out. That's the only. Yeah, and when she's crying for air, state that she is lying, not needing air. Exactly. That would be the only way I would allow this. Because she's on the outside of the suitcase. She's not a freaking contortionist inside a darn suitcase. Yeah, then everyone go home and go to bed. Yeah, call it a day. Not if you can open the suitcase from the outside. The whole thing is, could he open it from the inside? I'm waiting to see how much her blood pressure goes up because she goes right blotchy when she's angry. You know, I would almost volunteer to take that bat if she was in the suitcase. If they said, do we have a volunteer? I'd raise my hand. Nobody even pointed out that she jumped on that suitcase. If you watch that video, you see flip flop, and then all of a sudden, when the suitcase is flipped, for some reason, I'm muffled. I'm muffled. Is that better, guys? Okay. Thanks, Ian. Sorry about that. I was saying, if they asked somebody to take the bat, I would. You're right, Hugh. There's more breaks and delays than there is testimony. I apologize for that, guys.
It is 11:35. Councils have matters that they need to address with Madam Clerk for the pre-marking of exhibits, and along with the review of the suitcase and bat, which were previously entered into evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far?
Yes, sir.
Same question, Mr. Owens.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand by, bring it back in our panel.
Yep. She gets to play with the zipper. And here I rushed home for nothing.
Jury entering.
I bet you they're going to be angry.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, once you're seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Matters with counsel took a little bit longer than we anticipated. We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go ahead and take that break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I thank you for your time and your service and your attentiveness, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Oh,
Jury entering.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State and the defense, if you could please review those items and please mark every defense exhibit at this time with Madam Clerk, and I will see you all to commence promptly at 1 p.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Put her back in shackles. Put her back in shackles. Oh. He's demanding her not to be. Holy Jesus, you're off the record. You have a good sleep, Ian. I'm just going to see if Joel's going to go on. He wasn't going to go on till 12:30. Ian's going to have Sarah nightmares. He wasn't going to go on till 12:30 for his afternoon. I'm not going to, Ian. I'm going to stay like I was for the victims, and everything else can just go away. I just, it got pretty personal towards me, and I lived that life, and I don't want to go back there. That slipped out of my fingertips. So I don't know if Joel's going to go on and give his lunch early, or let me just see if he's... Okay, so Joel right now is still inside the courtroom while they're going over evidence. Rochelle, I don't understand why she's allowed to play with the zipper. What is she trying to prove? I just don't get it. So what they're going to try to prove is it's easy to open. But again, that brings me back to, of course, it's going to be different to open from the outside. That doesn't prove nothing. Thanks, one. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sarah will try to bend or break it. I think she's just going to try to prove how it's easy to open. But like I said, it's different from the inside when there's no friggin' pole. That's why I said, Michael, put her in the damn suitcase and have her open it from the inside. It's not how she can open it from the outside. It's how George couldn't open it from the inside. Honestly, guys, like I still say, they should have brought in one of those ballistic dummies and stuffed it in that suitcase to show the jurors how he was in that suitcase. It should have been an exhibit that they put on. But I just want Crime and Coffee to be a channel where we review trials, we discuss, we joke, we find some light in these nasty things, and That's where it's at. And support the victims and their families. I don't want to be caught up in this YouTube show at all. One says no juror will believe that he would not have gotten out if he could. Yeah. Night, Ian. Take care of yourself, my friend. Yes, you're right. She wants to prove something. She should have to get inside to see how it opens from the inside. Now that makes sense. Yeah. I don't care how it opens from the outside. It's got a... George was on the inside of it. The man was begging for his life. If he could have got out, he would have got out. I'm just curious on how they try to show an overact to why she left him in that suitcase, why she was so fearful. I just don't see an overact. I could be biased because of the video, but I don't see an overact. There's so many times that he was at work. She could have had, his name wasn't on the lease, on the rental agreement. I don't know if you call it lease in the United States or not, but his name wasn't on it. It was just her name. She could have many times went to the property management and asked for her locks to be changed. There were so many ways she could have been away from this. Good night, Ian. Get some rest. I think there's lots coming up as far as entertainment goes. Yep. And they're thinking this is going to go till 5 o'clock, her testimony. Dear Lord in heaven. We got to listen to Sarah Boone that long? Ugh. I'm waiting for us. I'll stream Joel's afternoon. Sorry guys, I lost track of thought there. I'll stream Joel's afternoon because it's quite interesting, his take on the inside. Yeah, see if that's even possible, hey Dave? Sarah should eat her lunch inside the suitcase. Yeah, there's so much room. So much room. I came on so quick I didn't even put a description in. I just can't see the jury buying this bullshit. I can't either. Although I do have a fear of the one juror, the DV victim. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with her being on a jury, but is she going to be hey, kosher? The trial been pretty boring, but speedy. It's like whiplash as they go through witnesses on stand. Oh, kosher, I'm telling you, it's dreadfully boring. There's no life to any of the lawyers. Hey, Marie, welcome. Okay. Just trying to get this, all the stuff I needed to do, because I thought 10:30, she's going to be on the stand. But nope.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact, she had been charged previously with domestic violence against the same man she's now on trial for killing. And how do I know this? Well, because we put Sarah Boone's name and location into the Truth Finder search bar.
Oh, yes, we
don't.
We don't need to hear your ads. We don't need to hear your ads. Okay, we're going to go. Hey, X, welcome. Oh. Is this, no, this ain't the one. I'm sorry, I'm just going to check and see if Joel's up and going yet. No, not yet. Because I thought we'd still sick. 3 weeks now. Don't know what's more exhausting, sickness or this trial. Oh, I'm so sorry you're still sick, kosher. Is it the new variant that you have, kosher? X says, in truth, friends, in somewhat surprised on how seemingly unprepared the defense is, but yet I guess I should be. And Marie says, no, they're not buying it. Doing this last minute delay is a last minute ridiculous stupidity. And I agree a bit too with that, because the fact is, oh, Joel is on. Thanks, Claudia. Thank you. I'll go home. I thought he was still in the courtroom. Oh, there he is. Yep.
Out, Mossberg, we could feel the tension in there.
Yeah.
They started to. There was basically an ask from James Owens of the judge to bring more pictures into evidence. And needs to mark all of this stuff.
Oh my
so
God.
The state got really annoyed that this wasn't done earlier, that it continues to be delayed. And so the judge said, look, essentially, I'm leaving you guys here during lunch. I'm going to take lunch. Jurors will be back at 1. Get your you-know-what together. He's talking to the defense. The state is really annoyed by this. So, Mossberg, we saw Sarah Boone putting her gloves on, and then James Owens put his gloves on, and they went over to the suitcase. And I don't know if you caught this, but James Owens wanted the paperwork associated with the evidence and couldn't find it anywhere. And so Will J., the state prosecutor, he was just so aggravated. He picks up the empty box and just goes, "Here's your paperwork," and like just.
Oh, I
dumps it.
missed that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, and he just
Oh.
dumped it right out of the box onto the floor. So it got really heated. And at that moment, one of the sheriff's deputies, who's acting as a bailiff, of course, came up, said everyone out of the courtroom.
Oh, that's what it said,
including
clear the court.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
clear the court. So first of all, I think you were here yesterday. Were you here yesterday?
No,
just
never.
today.
Just
Okay,
today.
so I'm losing track of time. But
That's all right.
what was it like for you to see Sarah in person? You said I'm taller in person.
Yeah,
But what about Sarah?
Sarah's very slight. She's very, very tiny. And her voice, I was very surprised at what a slight woman she is. You know, just slight in size and stature but
Sorry, guys, I don't mean to interrupt. Kosher. Wow, that's shocking to me. Most insurance in the U.S. covers the cost of COVID tests. I have a bunch of free COVID tests in my house. Let me know if you need me to send you one.
my question is,
That's
why
shocking to me, guys.
do they want to, what are they doing with the suitcase in the back? What is that all about? That's what.
So it has to do with evidence marking and bringing it into evidence. And I'm not that well versed in, what the defense is specifically doing. But I do know that James Owens, and I don't know if you could see this, he was going through a lot of photos,
Yeah.
obviously in preparation for Sarah's testimony, photos of pictures of abuse of Sarah Boone with a black eye, with a black and blue ankle. Those are some of the ones I could make out. Before we get into any other specifics, I just want to obviously remind everyone that Sarah Boone is expected to.
No, Leah, it's not KCL. I can't remember her name.
With this trial, you don't know, but right after lunch, she's expected to take the stand. We're going to go for a while here, but both Mossberg Mom and I'm going to treat her to lunch. We're
Mossberg
gonna
Mom.
eat before we head back in there. 1 o'clock, we're by our favorite, the Great Greek. Shout out to the Great Greek. They should be sponsoring us at this point. Anyway, Jorge Torres' family, I just want to let everyone know, was back in the courtroom, at least one member. But Mossberg Mom pointed out something interesting. On the defense side, there was a whole bunch more people. And what did you learn, Mossberg Mom?
I learned that at least 6 of these
No.
people are personal friends of James Owens that came down from Pensacola. And I kept questioning them because I just kind of do that. I'm a question asking kind of person, but they won't say, I asked him, do you work for him? You know what I mean? Are you interns with him? They wouldn't answer any kind of specific questions, but they're all kind of in a little group. So my thinking was he wanted to stack that side of the courtroom to make it appear that there's people there supporting Sarah Boone. I mean, there's really.
OMG. Paid actors. Oh. X says, I just spoke to a friend of mine who is a nurse. She said, just show up at the hospital and ask for a test. They should probably just do it for you, especially if you think you may be sick. Thank you, X, for doing that. Paid actors, guys.
No other explanation for it.
Yeah, and by the way, for those who do not know Mossberg Mom, number one, she's super cool. Number two, she told the COE, don't worry, we're not running away together. I have too much other stuff to worry about in my life. And number three, she herself is a victim of a horrific crime. Her husband was murdered, 33 years ago?
Yeah, 1991.
Yeah. So is that kind of what got you interested in the criminal justice process?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to school to be an accountant, and then everything kind of just changed in my life. And that's when I got involved with. I'm a state fraud investigator is what I do now.
Okay. State fraud investigator. 91 is when I graduated college. I'm having trouble reading these questions, but I'm going to, Sarah isn't going to get lunch. That is going to be a disaster. I think she's going to eat.
Hellcat. Hey, Hellcat. said she's my bestie. That's my bestie in Tulsa.
There you go. Yeah, Mossberg mom says there's a whole group that shifted from law and crime over to STS. You got to bring everyone over to
Absolutely.
STS. This is the most happening true crime channel. Best guest, better community. COE.
Joel, some people were asking about what you had mentioned in the chat. You said that Owens was getting into it with someone right as you were leaving. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So again, we were asked to leave, but prior to that, I looked over. Sarah Boone is putting on her gloves because they have to have gloves on to handle evidence. James Owens already had gloves on. There were white latex gloves, along with both prosecutors from the state. They walked over to the large suitcase box. Yeah, I'm not sure. And Joe Patuto would probably know this better, and we can ask Ryan Vestio, but they were dealing with obviously the evidence, things that were supposed to be previously numbered, and the state was really irritated that they had to stay during lunch now to number these items. It's also why James Owens requested an earlier lunch, which is why we're here now and not a little bit later. He also cited the fact that he wants Sarah Boone to just be able to testify uninterrupted, which appears like it's going to happen at 1 o'clock. But anyway, when James Owens was looking at the suitcase, he couldn't find the paperwork. There's always paperwork associated with the evidence. By the way, here comes Tony Henderson about to walk past us.
Friends, that's the guy that's
That's one of the friends. There you go.
Yeah.
Tony, we're live on air. Think things are going well?
You never know.
You never know? Yeah.
A minute at a time.
How long are you expecting Sarah on the stand this afternoon?
It'll be a while.
A while? Okay. Thank you. That was Tony Henderson and his daughter walking by. This is interesting. So he just said, I just asked him, as you heard, how long will Sarah be on the stand? He just kind of did one of these and said, it's going to be a while.
I know.
I asked him how it was going. I'm not sure if you could hear it. And he goes, you can never tell. I think a lot of us can tell some of these things. Jury reactions. They looked, what do you think of the jury?
They're just very, nothing. You know what I mean? They're just paying attention. No smiles, no looks, no looking in the gallery, nothing. They're totally focused. It appears to me they're totally focused on what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. There's no real facial gestures, but they look really serious. I didn't notice during the cross by Tony Henderson. Now he's going to overhear me, but it kind of went nowhere, that cross. And at that point, it looked like he lost some of the jurors who were kind of just like looking around, wondering what was the point of all that. Yeah, and I'll get back to that. But so just coupling what Tony Henderson said about it'll be a while, during one of the last breaks, I saw Kevin Beck. He is the defense attorney who's here from New Mexico. He has a Florida, he's licensed with the Florida bar. He's retired in New Mexico. I stopped him and I said, how long do you expect Sarah to be on the stand? And he literally said, oh, really? Casey
Mr. Jeff Ashton.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
We're live about Sarah Boone, but Casey Anthony's prosecutor is here sitting next to us eating lunch.
Oh, and he's a good judge now.
And he's a judge, Judge Ashton.
He's a great judge.
You can't escape true crime here in downtown Orlando. It seems impossible.
Why did I come and sit here?
Yeah. He just said, why did I come and sit here? So we literally have Casey Anthony's prosecutor sitting to our left. Got the defense team. We're surrounded by lawyers and judges. I'm scared. I'm nervous. Judge, I've never been so terrified as to have my cell phone go off in a courtroom. So I check it 800 times an hour. Prison is the only thing that scares me more.
It happened to me once. So
It did.
Judge Kranick don't play with the cell phones. He does not.
Yeah. So back to what I was asking Kevin Beck during one of the breaks. I said, how long do you expect?
Oh, thanks, Dave. Love your love you channel. Such good people. All are nice. Peace to all. Thank you so much, Dave. I know this is a little dry right now, guys. We're just got to get to 1 o'clock. but I always appreciate Joel when he does these little breaks because he takes us into the courtroom. So again, a shout out to STS. Thank you very much for what you do and bringing us along with you. Long Crime for obviously the feed. Always like to appreciate the channels that get out there, boots on the ground.
Sarah to be on the stand, and he literally looked at me and deadpan said 3 weeks, and then just broke into laughter.
Oh, I was going to
Broke-
say another Jody Arias.
But
Oh my God.
yeah, but he said, I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, he's a kind of a low key guy. He's retired, but what about kind of joking about something of that nature?
That's not a joke. And I found his motion for acquittal interesting, that they didn't go to the grand jury, they didn't indict her, blah, blah, blah. The cops are not allowed to lie. Like, whatever. Come on, dude.
Ms. Queen wants to know, could you answer why Sarah was smiling and is smiling and has been? I mean, Mossberg mom, do you have a take on that? Neither of us are psychologists. Maybe nervous energy. Maybe she's just really.
She just,
Look at this. You just got a coffee from Mossberg mom. That's yeah.
the smiling and the, I just get the impression, the distinct impression, that she believes she's going to get off of this. She really thinks that she's going to get up there and tell her story, whichever story she picks today, and that she's going to get, I mean, that's the impression I get, that she thinks this is kind of like, oh, well, you know,
She thinks she's in the finish
I'm gonna get up there
line.
and tell my story, and the jury's going to believe me, and that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah, she just, it's the
I don't see that happening.
yeah, for sure she suffers from the I'm smarter than everyone else in the room syndrome, no doubt about that. So this morning, I'm just reviewing my notes now. I want to let you in on some of the things that I observed. When Sarah Boone entered the courtroom this morning, she actually looked much more subdued than the other days I've seen her, realizing that this is a momentous day for her, and how she,
Just all in black.
yeah, she dressed all in black. Yes, what happened with the papers? He got the papers, so we're back to that. The evidence papers. Again, Will J., the prosecutor, he was really aggravated. He picked up the box with the suitcase boxes and dumped out the papers on the floor for James Owens to pick up. So it was a real kind of an FU to James Owens. But back to Sarah Boone. When she entered the courtroom this morning, she looked subdued. She also looked, her face kind of gets flushed from nervousness. And so her face was more flushed. She was wearing a black suit jacket, a navy blue blouse, and I noticed it was a mismatched navy skirt. So it was like black up top, navy blue on the bottom. Like they kind of threw something together, and immediately asked for water. She does that every day. I think that's kind of a control thing. Maybe
Yeah.
she's really thirsty, but
And he brings her 2 cups, I noticed too. He brings her 2 cups, not 1, he brings 2.
yeah, when the jurors came in, they looked at Sarah and then they looked into the gallery. I have not seen them look into the gallery.
Well, part of that is 2 of the jurors I rode up in the garage elevator with, and the one with the blue shirt, he was looking directly at me, and I was like, oh crap.
Then before we got into any kind of testimony and the cross, before we got into any testimony, Mossberg mom looking for a lighter.
They scarfed
she's a
my
smoker.
lighter through security.
Mossberg mom, that's a bad habit.
I know.
We'll get you off of it actually. So before there was the cross of Detective Copsel, who of course is the detective that interviewed Sarah Boone, there was another whole blow up, if you will, in court between the state and the defense. They are not getting along with each other. The state had requested
Of course not.
an in-camera meeting. They said that they had filed a motion related to the body worn camera footage. They don't want certain things brought into evidence, and they wanted to make sure that what they don't want in is redacted. The defense did not seem to have a handle on what it was exactly that they were requesting. Again, the state said, look, we just filed this motion this morning. It was almost like payback for the other motions the defense has been filing. Just looking at his comment, as a victim, wow, I can't believe my eyesight's going as bad as it is. As a victim of abuse, I don't understand how Sarah can go and look at the suitcase that was used to kill her partner. I would have triggers going off like crazy. Makes me doubt some of her. She had she was like giddy to go over there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like excited to go over there. Hey, let's
I
look at the
would want
suitcase.
nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
Any normal person wouldn't.
Yeah,
a
so that's a
trophy
great
to her.
point. Alicia Elliott. Excellent point. And I think
You can read
I
that.
think that's the what the state is going to talk about. What's also interesting is the state also made it a point that she cannot go into battered spouse when she gets on the stand at 1 unless she discloses the overt act. So this is going to be like a real clash between the
Is that
state
where
and
the
defense.
pictures and all that is coming
That's,
from?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So, the overt act, what the defense has been hinting is that she allowed 2 or 3 of his fingers to stick out.
Right.
What do you think of that?
With what the medical examiner said, she had to have just really wailed on him with that baseball bat with the bruises on his shoulders and his
Exactly.
arms. I mean, that didn't come from a soft-sided suitcase. It just, yeah, I don't think, do you think he actually had his fingers out? I don't. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I don't, or if he did, she whacked his hand and then zipped him all the way in.
I don't think we'll ever know, but my gut tells me, my gut is that he did not have fingers out.
No.
If she had used a gun instead of a bat in the suitcase, would she be allowed to handle the weapon again
No.
before testifying? Great point.
I don't think
Excellent
so.
point. And it was the murder weapon, the suitcase in this case.
Joel, you better get something to
I should
eat
say
soon.
that's what he died in, the suitcase. Hellcat just gave you $1.99 to buy some matches. So there you go. Very kind of them.
He's a farmer smoker. She hates that I smoke. I quit, and then I kind of had some stuff going on, and I started again.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good habit. We'll get you off.
I know.
We'll get you addicted to STS. Much
I'm
safer.
already, that's the only podcast. I never in my life have watched a podcast until I happened on you guys. Never. I just never have.
Love.
And I'm stuck.
Yeah, love it. Okay, so just back to all this stuff before the testimony even began. The state was talking about 5 different body-worn camera incidents that they wanted certain things redacted to. So these body camera incidents are coming from previous incidents of.
Did you say something was
TV.
embarrassing to her, or was embarrassing to somebody? I thought he said something was embarrassing to somebody.
He said, yeah, he did say that. He said that it would be embarrassing, but I don't know if it was to.
Which one would be embarrassing? The one where she was coming out of the house, jumping with her arms up in the air, going, "It's the same guys." Like she was excited the police were there.
Sarah or maybe some of the people who are on scene, but basically these are this is camera footage, body-worn camera footage of police or deputies, I should say, responding to previous DV calls from Sarah Boone, up to 5 of them. The issue here is they are not at this point right now allowed to introduce any prior.
No prior bad acts.
Yeah, no,
on either part.
on either side,
Yeah.
unless the door opens for that. So that was very interesting. The state then went on to say that they still did not receive the hospital records for Jorge Torres. This has been going on since last week. It's like 119 pages. They're like, where are these records? Have a good day, Judge.
You too.
That is the now judge, former prosecutor from the Casey Anthony case. Good call from Mossberg Mom. At one point, James Owens literally looked directly at me. I'm sitting right behind him. And I forget at which juncture it was with all this going on, but he just said, it's never easy. That's what he said to me. And I just
He
kinda,
was very clearly looking for people in the gap. It appeared to me that because he was standing there for quite a while and looking around, and that's when he spied the 2 girls sitting next to me,
Yeah.
the dude with the beard. And then it turns out these people are all personal friends from Pensacola. And I'm like, why would they be here?
I'm gonna sniff that out a little more and
Yeah.
find out why these people are here. Again, if you missed it off the top, Mossberg mom
Got
says there are up
paid.
to 6 people
We got paid.
behind the defense in the gallery who are personal friends, according to Mossberg mom.
And that's how they identified themselves, were personal friends of James Owens.
Yeah.
Jim Owens, they called him Jim Owens.
Jim Owens. So Mossberg mom went over there and they came down from Pensacola, and we are presuming it is to at least give the appearance that Sarah Boone has some support behind her. But I can tell you, I mean, her parents are both sadly gone. One of her brothers is in prison, and the other brother is definitely not here.
Our other brother lives 2 minutes from me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I just found that out yesterday.
Do you know him?
No, I just looked it up, and when I saw the address, I was like, holy moly.
Wow. Okay, so now Detective Copsall takes the stand. She's the primary interviewer of Sarah Boone. And this is when things got really tedious. It was Tony Henderson who was doing the cross, and he just starts, did she have to talk to you? No, she agreed to it. Ms. Boone spoke to you? Yes. What items did you collect? Do you have a property report? She said, no, I'm going to try to find it. I collected things. He asked what sorts of things. She said, I collected things with blood. I collected a necktie. I collected, there's Joel. Wow. Collected
There's
a small amount
Joel.
of clothing. I collected a cell phone, and he just took forever to make his point. And then he started going into the February 25th interview and about the phone. And at
I
the end
thought
of
he was trying to
Oh,
make
you're
her
not
look
going to
like
have
a
much
jerk.
time to eat.
Didn't you?
Yeah, but he was getting absolutely nowhere. He was like treading water. I didn't fully understand.
I don't think Joel's got anywhere near that.
Where he was going. I'm wondering if you did. Like, what was
No.
the point he was trying to make?
I think he was trying to get them to look at her as if she didn't recall what she did. You know, I mean, that's the way it came across. That like, well, what day was it? And because that's why he kept objecting, saying her memory's not in question. You know, and that's.
By the way, let me just take a moment as a former news guy, most recently with Fox News, to say traditional media is dead. And I'll tell you why. Look at this. I just meet Mossberg mom. I could never have done this on Fox News or any of the other places I work. Just go up to, and she's giving us really good information. And those channels, those networks, traditional media, so uptight, so unable to, what is the word? Unable to, they're not malleable. They're not able to like change with the times. They are dinosaurs. This is the new world. STS is taking over. Sorry, I'm on a little digression right there. Mossberg mom's like, this guy's crazy.
No, I don't think that at all.
So anyway, this cross continued, and Tony Henderson asks, did she provide a passcode? Yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. And eventually Detective Copsall said she wanted to write a search warrant and did for the phone because she knew she needed for evidence, but it didn't move the jurors one iota that she offered a passcode. She really had no choice. Like,
No.
she had a choice, but she knew they were going to get into her phone eventually.
Well, and he made a huge issue out of, why didn't you tell her up front you were going to arrest her? Why would they do that?
Yes, and that was a huge thing about arrest. So that was the next
They're
thing.
going to run away.
Yeah.
It's going to split.
Yeah, so he says your report is very detailed. Detective Cops gives a big smile and says, yes, I'm a detail-oriented work person. And so then he continues, which is what Mossberg was just saying. He's asking, when was this arrangement made to meet at the Orange County headquarters for the sheriff's office? And she said, it's not something I typically, write down. He says, I don't see it in the report. And again, says it's not something I typically detail. Again, what is the relevance of noting that she would make a note about when she's going to meet with Sarah Boone? It seemed like it was going nowhere. I think it went nowhere with
it was a waste of time.
Jurors.
It came across to me as a lay person that he was trying to make her question her memory, make it look like she did a kind of a shabby investigation, didn't detail this. Excuse me. Well, if you're a detail person, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that?
Yeah. couple,
That's where it came from.
5 more minutes, and we're going to wrap it up. A couple more things I need to get to. Let me see if I can read this. Can judges seek advice from other judges on matters of something during a trial? Yeah, I think they can. They can go to the chief judge. I don't know that they can go to another judge, but we saw that happen in the Adelson trial, and they were able to go to a chief judge. Joel's, everyone from the Torres family? No, there's one person that I can tell, and I'm not 100% sure they're a family member. They totally keep to themselves. It's a younger woman in her 30s, heavily tattooed, short haircut.
Oh, yeah. Is that, you think that's somebody's
Yeah, I think
family?
that's
Okay.
one of the, I think that might be a sister. Okay, so moving forward here, the state, after this cross of Detective Copsall, gets up and they rest their case. I marked it down, 10:22 a.m. Eastern time. The case in chief was 2 full days, and this morning it was 14 witnesses. They talked about a 2-week trial. What do you think? Why did it go so incredibly quickly? No?
The first day was at warp speed, 10 witnesses in one day.
Yeah.
That's unheard of. So I don't know if they're trying to move it along just to get it over and done with, because this has been drug on for so long, and everybody, if you wanted some interesting reading, go on the clerk's website. She has written some of the craziest letters I have ever read in my life to the judge, to anybody that'll listen. One letter, I think, is 58 pages, handwritten.
Yeah.
And I'm like, good Lord,
Yeah.
what is wrong with this woman? Bitching and complaining about everything. Really?
I don't think, by the way, in those jail records, she says that she doesn't want to, one of her issues, which was she does not want to be alone in jail. So ask for a roommate or ask to be around people.
Did you imagine being her roommate?
I
So,
feel
Oh my
sorry for
God.
anybody who gets stuck in a cell with her.
yeah. One more sort of quick thing here. So after the state rested, the defense got up and they did what is known as a JOA, which is a judgment of acquittal. Judgment of acquittal, correct. And so they're basically asking to bring manslaughter charges instead and acquitter of second-degree murder. And they try to make the argument, that why was she being arrested? And because the answer was that George was dead, and that was not enough to arrest her. And they have to show.
Should have went to a grand jury and got her indicted.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, right. There's no grand jury.
They
no
offered her manslaughter a week ago, and she's rejected it.
Exactly. And also, he brought up, well, for a depraved mind, you've got to have ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. She didn't have that. It was not enough. She was angry, he said, but hatred must be proven. The state got up and said 3 elements here. George was dead. It was a criminal act, and it was a depraved mind. Basically, again, just a quick FU to the defense. The judge summarily denied the motion, denied that motion.
I think more than anything, the video she recorded of him in the suitcase with her trash talking to him and everything, that's going to sing her more than her testimony, than anything. I mean, I don't know what you do. You think
Yeah,
so?
I do.
That is, there's no way to get around that. She had every opportunity to let it out, and she chose not to.
Yeah, and she's malicious while he's in there. There's no getting around that video.
No, I don't see how you get around that.
Go eat. The trial resumes in 38 minutes. I got to listen to the COE. She is the chief of everything. By the way, just a quick reminder, Sarah Boone is taking the stand in 38 minutes. We're going to have it live on STS, and then 5:30, a recap show, followed by an Adelson show at 7, and then I'm just going to collapse after that. Love you, America. Love you, Orlando. Love you, Mossberg, Mom. And COE, can you take us out of here, please? Can you just end the stream? Thank you, everybody.
See ya.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Mossberg Mom. That was very informative. Greatly appreciate those afternoons with Joel. We'll go back to the courtroom. We'll go back to the courtroom and wait for that. Thank you all for being here with me. I didn't expect anybody actually, knowing that I was just coming on for Sarah's testimony. I want to thank every single one of you for being here with me. Oh, that I'm just going to take a quick break, guys, grab a little quick something to eat, and I will be right back. So bear with me for a quick couple moments here. I won't be away for long. And a fresh coffee, of course. Here you go. Go inside, folks. Sorry, guys. I'm back. Oh. I just want to ask him this question, but having a hard time getting his live up on my phone. Yeah, he probably wouldn't even answer that because he would have to say that he was near, and he's obviously not. He doesn't go out of the gallery area. Marie says, I'm wondering if she took Torres out of suitcase way before she called 911. Rigor mortis sets in 6 to 8 hours and body was flat out on floor. So she took him out, from what she has said, from what we can put together, she took him out prior to calling Brian. And because she said she stretched him out, right? So and she called Brian before she called 911. And then Brian got there. And then she called 911 when Brian got there. And Brian also called 911. Hey, Crimes. Sorry, everyone. My phone's going off. I just got to double check it. Hey, Deb. I didn't know you were on. Owens is up to more of this stuff I was watching on STS. Yeah, we actually just watched Joel do his afternoon report because that's quite interesting. I came on because of Sarah Boone going on, and she was supposed to be on at 10:30, but guess what? That didn't happen. But he was in the suitcase for 11 to 12 hours. He suffered at least 8 hours in there. Yep. Absolutely, Murray. I would even assume that he passed away way before 8 hours. Crime says she also said she went up at around midnight, so he was definitely in there for no less than 14 hours, including a live time in there. Yep. So I would assume probably, and this is me assuming, I would assume probably after she went upstairs, he probably then went unconscious. if Judge isn't so afraid of Sarah going for an appeal, I don't think he would let Owens get away with half the stuff he's doing with Sarah's demanding directions. I agree. It's not, I know a lot of people said like he's catering to Sarah or whatever. I think he's just making sure that she has no options. Like, listen, guys, I wouldn't even put it past Sarah to go through her testimony and then get rid of her lawyers. Like, so I can see why the judge is being very cautious. What do we got here? We still have half an hour before Sarah goes on the stand. And here I thought I was going back to work. Nope. Yeah. He most likely knows that she's going to be convicted. You imagine the uproar if this jury finds her not guilty due to DV syndrome. Oh my Lord. I really do wish I was a Floridian because I would be going to these court cases. I don't see Sarah doing that. Well, we tried, this didn't work, you're fired. Or I can see Sarah. Yeah, I can too. Anything to prolong. That's all that this whole case has been from day one. Every time she got closer to a trial date, she'd fire her lawyers. So it's nothing but prolong. And we're seeing it here today again. This just gives Sarah more time to study that handbook. Deb says, no way, jury, I think will see the torture and horrific treatment of George's. Then she let him die. Yeah, I don't see it either. I'm just saying, could you imagine the uproar? Like, I don't put anything past this case because it has been 4 years. Been 4 freaking years of just a yo-yo. And now to find out that James Owens has stalked the gallery, that is just brilliant. This guy is all about optics. He's all about the show. And then the one lawyer is a retired lawyer from New Mexico, but he's licensed in Florida. He's sitting behind Sarah. Like, this is just a gimmick. It's all I see is a gimmick. I just, had no intentions. Like, honestly, guys, I had full intentions of doing the Sarah Boone trial. But when I watched the openings, I was like, oh, this is going to be dreadful. Marie says she thinks she got these lawyers where she wants them. She thinks she can beat the system, then laugh at his family. Yeah, I think, honestly, I think she thinks she's walking. This girl is a wackadoodle. She's the freaking queen of wackadoodles. can't even. She's probably sitting in that holding cell right now, going over her paperwork, going over. I wouldn't even doubt if Owens has given her the questions he's going to ask. Oh, sorry, guys. Dog wants in. Sorry, guys. Had to let the dog in. You know, they are the boss. In my opinion, Sarah thinks if she tells a story, they have to believe her because she's special. Absolutely. Like I said earlier, I'm waiting to see if she can turn on the waterworks. Deb, yeah, she thinks she is smarter than everyone in the room. I agree. One says, I think they are using Sarah as a guinea pig. If this works, they will use it for others. Just my thoughts. That's actually interesting to think of it that way, one. Deb says, no, Sarah's testifying per narrative. Defense cannot ask questions until after she states cross-examine. Oh, that's right. She is doing well. Maybe he's put down points he wants her to say, and she's going over that. I wouldn't put it past him to give a bullet point for her to study on what to testify to. What time is it right now? Just trying to figure out how many more hours we have to wait. We got 15 minutes before they come back in. It's 12:45. And I'm on the same time zone as Florida, so. Yeah. Defense met with Sarah in the jail last night, then again this morning, and then they had that 10-minute, and I'm sure they're talking to her right now. But we all seen that he gave her the wheel of a domestic violence out of the handbook wheel. And she's obviously been studying that. You know, if you are a domestic violence survivor, you don't need to study how it is to be a domestic violence survivor. That just grosses me right out. If you're an SA survivor, you don't need to study. If you're a murder victim survivor, you don't need to study. These people that claim this just makes me angry. Because it makes it worse for any victim, male or female. When you've got people out there trying to jump on a bandwagon that real survivors never asked to be on. Never wanted to be on. Seeing people wear like being a victim as a badge of honor is disgusting to me, because real victims don't want to be a part of that club. last Joel said was they were checking bat and suitcase out. State got ticked off because Owens was complaining of lost paperwork. Yep. And Mr. J dumped the box and the paperwork came out right on the floor. Like, you got to think that the state, the prosecution is definitely fed up with this case. They're ready to move on from it. So I could see tempers flaring. But all through this trial, I've watched Joel's afternoon report because it's great. It takes us into the courtroom, and I really do appreciate that. So I know most of the subscribers in here are probably subscribed to STS, but if I really do recommend STS. Sometimes I don't agree, sometimes I do, but that's fine. That's what this world is built on. It'd be very boring if we all agreed at the same time. I keep checking to see if we've got a reply back from Offerman about the state's reply, but it hasn't been posted yet. Check again right now, just in case. Let's go. Oh, it is. It's there. It is there. The reply from Offerman is up, guys. Crimes Untangled. I think she is going to throw most of what she was advised so that she can get everything she wants to say out to the masses. She believes she will convince everyone it was not intentional. Yeah. And I think so. I think that Owens is give her bullet points of things he needs her to hit on so he can bring in the stuff that he wants. Security had to step in and made everyone leave, so Joel and his guests left and did a quick update. Yeah, that's Mossberg Mom. Okay, I'm just going to quickly... So basically, they're saying this conflict issue will continue to cloud Appellate Adelson's case for many months or years to come. Notably, there is no harm to the state if the issue is considered now, and it is certainly in the interest of both justice and judicial economy for the issue to be considered now. It is 5 pages long. Yeah, Marie. Yeah, we read State's reply, but this is Offerman's reply back to the States. It just came out because I checked a half hour ago and it wasn't out, but now it is. Let me just go here. Let me just see. Let me just go here for a second. We've got a few minutes. I'm keeping an eye on the court case. I'm keeping an eye on that for sure. There we go. There we go. Bear with me one sec. I'm keeping an eye on the court case because we need to, yeah, so this is their, oh, I gotta move it so I can use it. Bear with me. Reply to the state's response to appellant's motion to relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court. The appellant, Charlie Adelson, by and through undersigned counsel, submits this reply to the state's response to appellant's motion to relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court. Simply put, it is better to address this issue now because the conflict claim was just considered by the trial court, the Honorable Stephen Everett, in Donna Adelson's case. Otherwise, Judge Everett also presided over Appellant Adelson's trial, and it would be better to have Judge Everett to consider this issue now than risk the possibility of a different judge having to consider this issue in the future. The conflict issue will continue to cloud Appellant Adelson's case for many months or years to come. Notably, there is no harm to the state if the issue is considered now, and it is certainly in the interest of both justice and judicial economy for the issue to be considered now. The procedure articulated by the Florida Supreme Court in state menaces, state law, allows relinquishment in particular cases when it is better that an issue be resolved sooner rather than later. The conflict issue in the instant case clearly fits into this category as explained in the motion of relinquished jurisdiction to the trial court. This court recently followed the procedure set forth in Ferguson. While Mr. Ferguson's case was pending on direct appeal, Mr. Ferguson filed a motion to relinquish to the trial court so the trial court could consider his gigolo Brady claim, and this court granted. And then there's footnotes. Ferguson's motion to relinquish. Thereafter, Mr. Ferguson filed a motion to the trial court raising the gigolo Brady claim, and the trial court set the matter for an evidentiary hearing. Following the evidentiary hearing, the trial court granted relief, which made the direct appeal moot because the trial court vacated Mr. Ferguson's conviction. In its response, the state asserts that the issue in Menacee versus Brady violation, and the state argues that a Brady claim is somehow distinguishable from the conflict issue in the instant case response at 4. It is so we are. I read states. Oh, I can't read that one. The claim in all 3 cases concern the denial of fundamental constitutional rights, i.e., the right to due process, Sixth Amendment right to conflict-free counsel in the instant case. It is in its response, the state raises several functional assertions, and then the state makes legal arguments based on those factual assertions. However, these factual assertions and legal arguments are properly considered by the trial court following an evidentiary hearing. Accordingly, Appellate Adelson requests that the court to temporarily relinquish jurisdiction to the trial court so the trial court can resolve this conflict of interest claim. It is most efficient to address this issue now because undersigned counsel, I'm just got to keep watching the clock here. Trial court resolves conflict. No, because undersigned counsel have a good faith basis to believe that the appellant Adelson is currently serving a life sentence after being unconstitutionally convicted without the benefit of conflict-free counsel, which is akin to having no counsel at all. Oh, congratulations. Quickly, on a happy note for the crew, I'm a Nana of the 19th, and he is so tiny and beautiful. I didn't want to put him down. Oh, congratulations, Crimes. Contrary to the state's assertion in its response, the conflict issue is certainly not frivolous, especially in the light of Judge Everett's recent conflict order in Donna Adelson's case, as explained by the United States Supreme Court in Brady. Society wins not only when the guilty are convicted, but when criminal trials are fair. And then, well, I thought there was going to be a way better response, but it was really it's not what I thought it was going to be more. So they're basically just saying that his Sixth Amendment and the right to due process this is why I said they should have had it in writing that these waivers were done. I just have a funny feeling that he's going to get a retrial. I just have that feeling. That was shocking. I thought Offerman would have been more on that. Look at that. We got that. It's 1 o'clock. Where are they? Let's go. Let's get on with this friggin' Sarah Boone show. Oh, camera's moving. Let's get on with the show. How did we know they weren't going to start directly at 1 o'clock? How did we know this? I gotta. Not sure who is worse. Right, Dave? Not sure who is worse, Sarah Boone or Wendy Adelson. Leaning towards Wendy. I'm leaning towards Wendy because that evil human being is still walking the face of the earth. She's getting away with it. Sarah's been in jail this whole time. She is going to try to gaslight the jury. Here we go.
We are on the record. 20. We'll wait for it. That's fine. Just hang out, baby.
Okay, now let's see what kind of delay they can create. I agree, Deb. Showtime, Sarah.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
County Henderson from Ms. Boone.
Ms.
Here we
Boone
go.
is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Oh, of course you do.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Hey, Jean.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
I Pop Tarts for lunch.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts or bad acts prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so.
Oh my God, this
One
guy.
is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first question.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 7 seconds 750 at 1.760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive.
It was. I'm sorry, guys.
The overt
Give me 1 second to rant. It's not an intimate threat when the man is stuffed in a damn suitcase.
act on the part of Jorge Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a as a imminent threat. And to some degree, you have to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boone. They were
Microphone.
together 3.5 years. They weren't engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his
Grasping at straws on much.
overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive.
Exactly.
To danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase, because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an
knowledge.
overt act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets
Hello,
to that level
Kimber.
of intoxication in that scenario, and that scenario.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she.
I was just thinking the same thing, Jane. Owens is leading Sarah's narrative here. Absolutely.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. But the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. And we've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that, you pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you, I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. On. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies that she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations.
I've done that.
They had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done.
Oh, come on.
You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction, 3.6F, identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated, the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay.
Oh
Anything
my
else?
We
God.
cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God. He's coaching her right in open court.
Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
He's coaching her right in open court. You bloody idiot.
Jury entering.
Only almost a half an hour. And the judge is afraid.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Here we go. Bring on the popcorn.
Raise your right hand, please. Sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, ma'am, you can take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
Born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
No, she
And
moved
my
by herself.
grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes,
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
yes,
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes,
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
So you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while. Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. Do you remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Sustained.
Just answer the
Here we
question if you
go.
can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
a little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years.
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes,
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet Jorge Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met Jorge Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park.
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No,
Who lives in the marital home?
no, when it has been sold.
Okay. So you met Jorge Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very
Honestly, kosher, I wouldn't doubt it. Sorry, guys.
well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes.
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for him and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from
Have
that
fun
point
with it.
on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents?
Yes,
Is that fair?
yes,
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up?
multiple times.
Okay. All right. So, again, on again, off again.
Yes, this was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes,
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
he had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
Yeah, absolutely. She's acting. It's so opposite from her interview. In her 40s, never paid for anything herself. Ridiculous. She's trying to be relatable, but she's smirking. Like, see her smirking right there? She's smirking at somebody. The jury sees that, you stupid twat. Trying to play the victim, but not doing very well. The interview shows her real demeanor. Like, who are you smiling at? You're on the stand for murder. Oh, she's aggravating me.
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes,
Do you remember getting up?
yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3:00.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with you that night?
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores,
yes,
right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
All right. Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I again had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine, so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes,
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No,
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes,
Okay. Now, I know at some times y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome or complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tess is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Do y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job, and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning.
Oh, shut up.
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
No, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes,
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, I believe it was after it was right before, I believe, that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s, and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And what is his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment.
All right. Now whose phone we are using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was, because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
yes,
Videotapes,
yes,
text messages,
yes.
phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
yeah.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
And how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes,
Are they close by?
as far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes,
They live here as well?
yes,
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
yes,
Okay.
Oh, get on.
So
with
you
it.
called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, it was, I thought the day was over and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
correct.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes,
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
it was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yeah.
Okay. So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie?
I doubt
Just
it.
kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
Okay. And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like
We
there was
know.
pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and,
And drink.
paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Okay. Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
Okay.
Oh my
And,
God.
I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the
Where's
game
the
of
overact?
hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Oh, both of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time
You
y'all
weren't
were
drunk.
trying to figure out something to do and you put your head on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
And your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding.
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna
Bullshit.
donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my son's, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height, and
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
Oh, shit.
Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had gotten in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
Did you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you laughing?
Yes.
Oh my
And
God.
so you zipped him up.
Sorry, guys, I'm interrupting for a second. She said he tapped her on the leg, said, "You're it." If you're it, you're the one that looks for somebody, not the one that hides. So she decided to go and hide when he said, "You're it." I just clued into that.
Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over. So the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the gist in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to
Oh my
actually
God.
speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated.
Yes.
Oh my
and
God.
You would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
Right? But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the
She
time,
didn't even
or the
know
next
she
day,
took the video.
Fair to say you don't even remember a videotape.
I do not.
So, from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Are you bloody joking me with this garbage? A, it was supposed to be a narrative testimony. She's being directed. Why the state is allowing this, I have no bloody idea. B, I just clued into the whole, you're it. That's, you're finding me. You're not going to hide. So why did she go and hide? And she had plans on showing him this video the next day. She didn't even remember she took it. How did she hear if he was wiggling around with the lid closed, trying to make sure she didn't see him? Okay, and all the neighbors heard her screaming at George every night, right, Kimber? Oh, Claudia, I can't wait for their cross because this is just a bunch of baloney that we're hearing. This is disgusting. James Owen, you should be ashamed of yourself, man. You should be ashamed. Yeah, your it is tagged. But even if he said you're it for hide and seek, that means she's the one seeking, not the one hiding. Oh yeah, she's really trying to hold back her smiles. But look at her face right here. She is a smug bitch, this one. Kosher, if I was stayed about to cross, I'd be boiling. So
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
epic. Watch it not be till tomorrow.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, then just explain that to the jury. You mentioned, you talked about it before.
Thanks, Zach.
You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, I'm always afraid and always scared.
All right, well.
Oh, bullshit.
I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay.
She wants
Now,
it
at some
out so
point,
bad.
You turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and
We're suffocating.
it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell me.
And
Oh
it just
my God.
It got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually
Oh
got
my
out of the
God, I
suitcase.
can't even take
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase
Yes.
and shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
This is disgusting.
Were you in fear?
Always.
James Owen, you are a piece of garbage.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the
That
suitcase?
wouldn't be in your dining room.
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
What, did you hit
Tim, bullshit, you
the outside
fucking
part of
liar.
his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
You didn't. Brian did.
Is this the bat you use?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes,
and then the barrel of that, the part that's here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. It was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
Because his hand was so violent, you fucking bitch.
You made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Oh, I'm so
We
sad.
see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually,
Yeah. Right,
did
Maria.
his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't.
Oh, he wasn't threatening no more.
It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah?
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line.
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where
Agree,
his
Michael.
hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you
I agree.
afraid?
Crimes.
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yep.
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
The blind one and the deaf
And
one.
where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
Yes, he
I
is,
know at
Deb.
some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
Scumbag.
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Yep, exactly. He's a lying piece of shit, that lawyer.
Miss Dunn, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
Oh, Owens, did you just catch yourself for testifying there?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That
Yep.
he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what
I'm guessing.
the
Oh
threat
my
you heard
God.
was
He's going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
This is absolutely disgusting. Oh,
Yes.
Owens catches himself for testifying there because he's like her instead of you. A person just can't do all that talking, crunch up like he was. Exactly. He barely get the word Sarah out of his mouth. James Owens is a piece of garbage. A piece of garbage. And I understand people need defense lawyers. Defense lawyers don't need to be slimy. They don't need to be slimy. Isn't that amazing that her memory is so good that she can remember exactly what she said? Absolutely. Come on, prosecutors. I know this is disgusting. She's toast, guys. This is bad, really bad. I agree it's bad, but this is Kimber, I'm sitting here and my heart is racing. This is triggering to someone that actually has been abused. Yep. She is using all the words
All right,
that are on
members of the
that
jury,
wheel.
it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Rochelle, you are correct. There is a reason and a need for defense attorneys, but not for this horrible line. I agree, Michael. They don't need to be slimy. They just don't. And this is a fucking snake. He is slimy. Oh, saying that he talked that much will ruin her. Wait, she said she was up in the bedroom waiting for him to have relations. Doesn't make sense. Exactly, Marie. Exactly. He was so angry.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
Oh.
State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45
I agree,
for
Jane.
2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with the bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act. And therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game
You piece of shit.
by two
Owens.
intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented
I agree,
to
Michael.
her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes
Oh, I can't.
prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes. We got the 22 seconds. And there's no video. There's no audio. There's no eyewitness. There's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words. There were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat and the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. he would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's the
Court's
video
gonna
evidence
re-review
of
all
the
case
threats
law
he
that
made?
it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with a oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Oh my God, guys. I can't even take that asshole anymore. Slimy piece of garbage. Kranick, come back and say no to this defense. Say no. And I think it was Marie that said it. She was expecting him to come upstairs for relations. Are you kidding me? He was so violent. True enough, Kimber. True enough. Then drag the suitcase outside, lock the door, and call the cops. Absolutely. I remember the Casey Anthony trial. Still shocked she was found not guilty. Yep. Leave me in a room with him and a suitcase. I'll be there with you, Crimes. George was not laughing. Where's that 11-minute surprise evidence? Yeah, exactly. Where's the video of him threatening? And I'm sorry, if I'm stuck in a suitcase and I can't get out, I'm probably going to say, you stupid bitch, wait till I get out. Cannot base a murder on what happened in the past. Yep, Michael, right? Jane, you are correct. Absolutely. Where's the video? Where is the video? This lawyer is, I'm sorry guys, a slimy as hell. Need defense lawyers, but they don't need to be slimy. I would bet anything on she talked him into the suitcase. Well, now that I think about it, he actually probably thought he was the one hiding and she was the one looking. Owen said, keep an open mind about the 11-minute gap between videos. Now we know she has.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact, she had been charged
Pause him for a second. Marie says, this is probably going to be the first question state will ask. Did you call police? Yeah. Claudia says, did she say waiting for relations on the stand? No, she said it right in the, she said it in the police interview. Just look at the way the judge is looking at Owens. The look on his face is like, don't take me for a effing fool. Right, Leah? I agree with you, Rochelle, that a person who has been through DV for real would definitely get upset by this testimony. I literally just pulled out my court papers. Literally. Because I was like, I'm going to read these out loud. And this is what a victim is, Sarah, Owen. To hear this defense attorney do this, it's so disgusting to me. Then why didn't she call the police right then and there? She had more than enough opportunity to do it. More than enough. Yeah, what ifs are not examples, idiot. I agree. Oh, God, it's so triggering for me. I didn't realize her testimony would set me off so bad, but I don't know if it's setting me off for the fact of the triggers, or it's setting me off because I can't stand people using this as an excuse. It hurts other victims. No, she's not done. She's not done.
previously with domestic
I'm
violence
just trying to
against the same man.
I'm just trying to get past the law and crime ad. Yeah, exactly. OMG, two little fingers. First it was fingers, now it's a whole hand. Come on. And he's testifying. He's testifying. I figured it out, Leah. Yeah, I'm triggered. It's horrible because it's hard enough for anyone to believe a real victim. Exactly. And I think that's what's making me so angry. Because, listen, they both were arrested. They've both been arrested for DV. It was a mutually violent relationship. But at the same time, I have to also remember the first one to call the police is usually the one that doesn't get arrested. So, and there's many times George has said, don't worry about it, babe, or things like this when he's being arrested. And the one arrest video cam that they have of him, he was so polite. So I'm taking the stance that he was not ever the aggressor. Oh my God. For this slimy piece of crap lawyer to carry on the way he's carrying on in this courtroom, buddy, you're not making a name for yourself. Not a good name, that is. If she's still testifying tomorrow, I will be on here. And I'm telling you right now, my thumbnail is going to be Owens and a fucking piece of turd. Because he's nothing but a piece of shit. I can't. Oh. There's scum and then there's low life scum, and that's what Owens is. I'm sorry, guys, but Joel ran it. Yeah, and the prosecutor's now a judge. But she never called the police. The jury will never buy this. I sure as hope so. I'm hoping Judge Cranick comes back in and disallows this whole DV thing because it's garbage. I think her lawyer at this point knows she is losing. I just don't like how he's testifying. I don't like how he's guiding her. And the prosecution was just letting it go. I'm like, come on. Stand up for George here. Like when he said her instead of you, and he caught himself and then said you, he was starting to testify. It is a big pile of shit. Truly is. Yep. And remember, she wasn't drunk. She wasn't drunk. She had her, what is that favorite word she says, guys? It's crazy that in her interrogation, she remembers nothing. Now, all of a sudden, she remembers everything, right? Marie, I agree. Poor George. Justice for George. And right now, not even the prosecution is standing up for this man. Oh my God. It makes me ill to my stomach. Yeah, her memory was refreshed by Owens. Yeah, and his bullet points for her to study. And the papers he photocopied out of the DV handbook, Domestic Violence Syndrome handbook, that she took back to her with her. Oh. I hope the prosecution team has certain spots teed up in that interrogation to get to basically call her out on her BS. Yeah, Owens is pro bono. Yep. I saw that last night. Yeah, the domestic violent hop, or the wheel for domestic violence. And she was studying it. Yep. The basically like a freaking pie chart. Remember, that's the thing I tried to freeze frame on. I'm like, oh, it looks like she's coloring. No, that's what it was, the chart that she was studying. It's friggin' disgusting. This is why for men and women, it is so hard because people use this as a line. So it's hard to believe people. And it just bothers me. Yep, she was. She was caught studying how to act like a victim of DV. She surely was. I wish there was a biopsy they could take for actual victims. Well, that would mean we're gone. I'm sure somebody has done some kind of study, like scans of people's brains. Exactly. George didn't have a phone. Sarah had all the 911 power. Absolutely. And that just goes. Oh, here we go. Come on, George. Come on, Kranick.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Justice Torres on behalf of the state. William J. State.
Defense.
James Owens from Miss Boone.
County Henderson from Sarah Boone. Coming back on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Court has had the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. Court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instance of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order, state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the law photographs.
Bullshit.
I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant. So
I'll take it.
I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that it's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So
overact.
Go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well, I had the clerk go ahead and mark everything. Some of
overact. His hand was so fucking violent. Come on.
First is defense identification K. It's 4 pictures involving injuries.
I agree, Deb. I agree. Kranick is a pansy ass.
The leg.
Assuming a predicate for fair and accurate conviction is laid.
I hope so. One.
Okay.
Judges are so afraid of freaking appeals to do the right thing.
Identification, defense identification, composite L, 2 photographs of a burn to her leg.
You said that was L, correct?
I'm sorry if my cursing, Deb. I'm sorry.
Assuming proper testimony that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner and fair and accurate conviction.
Agree.
Okay.
Defense exhibit M for identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs. The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches. Because relevance is that
I don't know. I honestly don't know, Claudia, and I think the prosecution should have friggin' objected a few times in there.
His directives, and he actually harmed the dog.
This is ridiculous.
As a threat to her. So use the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this. But
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Oh my God.
Identification, difference identification number N, or letter N, one photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal practice.
Judge, this is where he took a bath. It's 5 photographs where he took a bath to TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to produce the video. There's a short video on Sarah's.
Yep.
We're not objecting to that.
Okay.
As long as the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
I don't, for her, it's going well now. 'Cause now she's allowed to use domestic
photographs.
domestic violence
Of an
syndrome.
incident in which
No objection, as long as foundation's laid, et cetera.
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
I agree, Jane.
these next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q for identification is 1 photograph.
Is that part of the right stuff that they're already done?
This, I was told this was separate from or this was I think a slap or something. Not sure what.
No objection, foundation laid.
With regard to Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R.
No objection, as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
S.
Same for S.
For identification.
With regard to S, no objection so long as foundation is laid.
Stay positive, right, Leah? Stay positive.
No objection by the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid.
Same for U.
No objection from the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid for U. Same for V.
Same for W.
W.
Same for X.
X.
Same for Y.
Y.
Why didn't you take them all up there, you piece of scum? Oh, here comes all his Bristol boards.
It's one of the other. Oh, go ahead.
A. Identification for A.
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence.
Duplicative, competitive.
Is it contained in K through
Oh,
Y?
nice.
Yes.
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so.
I believe so. Yes or no?
But
If it's contained,
it's going to be easier to handle, the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, I'll allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it in evidence as it is duplicative of what's already in evidence as X, defense pre-marked X.
And then identification C.
Same thing, same photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase.
And
Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
So, D, identification.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs.
I agree, Deb.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
They need
Okay,
to find
then
their
same ruling.
balls.
It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E,
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
yes.
Yep.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F for identification,
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G,
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H,
Same thing.
yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
Identification I,
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
no, sir.
All right, same ruling. Court finds it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk,
Yeah, he cited a case law, but still rather confused by the decision. Yeah, I don't see how that was an overact. That's somebody fighting for their life, nuts. And there's no evidence of the fact that he was being violent while he was stuck in a damn suitcase. I don't think Joel can read people that much. Nothing against Joel, just saying.
Hang on, is that the house?
it's either Delta or B.
I think that's Bravo. Is it the defendant on the porch with the two dogs?
Yes,
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
B.
That's a B.
Same,
It was as defense M. Relevancy objection is overruled, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
yeah, I
purposes.
probably use these in closing and just use this, use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it.
I know-
But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay, oh, okay. Judge, what are their evidence?
What is with all this freaking delays? No, so he's not allowing the big ones in as evidence, but all the small ones that they were just going over are similar. So he's going to allow them to use them as demonstrative, but not admit them into evidence because he's already admitted the smaller versions into evidence.
Nothing else. Nothing else through Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got two deputies out there.
Okay. Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
Counsel?
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir?
One more.
Sure.
Yeah, it's so Vilia. I'm sure he could have found a way not to say that George was being threatening while he was stuck in a freaking suitcase. This is disgusting to me. Where is the backbone for a victim, Judge Kranick?
Judge, I think we're good.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel.
Oh, this is so disgusting.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
I agree, X. This is a weakness, 100%. They're too afraid of appeals. They're too afraid of all this to do the right thing in the first place.
Jury entering.
I don't even know how this is possible right now.
State, you recognize the jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense, you
there
recognize the
you
jury.
go.
Yes.
I think you can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
I agree. I agree, X.
Ms. Boone?
Absolutely
So I
one.
think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Not
Okay.
intentionally. First
But
time.
you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth.
You were sleeping, bitch.
So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
Usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
know where our bathroom is. I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess it was, I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him, and I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling, and
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him?
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
You stupid bitch, you answered a phone call in the morning saying your ex-husband was saying, are you going to pick up the son from school? He was in school. You knew he wasn't coming over.
I told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
I don't believe she did either. X.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
Because he wasn't a drunk.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
Yep.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking, and then
Object.
Approach.
Oh, I don't want to pause. No, there was no evidence of her drinking vodka that day because they couldn't afford vodka anymore. They only the cheap wine. Saint Sarah has entered the building. Yep. I might need a drink tonight. Oh my God, this is dreadful. Like, honestly, absolutely dreadful that she's allowed to carry on with this narrative. I don't even understand. Yep, you're right, Marie. She's a savior. According to her, she has to think of what to say when you are truthful. You don't. Exactly. It just comes out. Ability to help him what? Like in a suitcase? Exactly, Claudia. Oh. Yeah, but remember, neither of them had a job. She was only living off the money Brian was giving her. Does this open up a can of worms for the state's rebuttal? All of this nonsense? It should, Dave. It should. Leah, she is failing. I think she's failing, but I'm just having a problem with them even allowing this as a defense. This is sick to me. And someday down the road, some woman or some man that isn't a victim is going to cite this damn case to use this as an excuse. It makes me mad. Yep, neighbors testified she was always drunk. She looks like a toothless person with teeth. That's okay, Leah. I've said a few curse words too today.
Objection's overruled for now.
Of course it's overruled. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? It's the Sarah Boone show.
You already got the 3.5 years?
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
I'm going to show you defense.
It is an
exhibit for
X.
Identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Those 2 pictures of your body,
Yes.
did they show
Her sexy
injuries to your
body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of Jorge Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
Oh,
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These
this
may
shouldn't be allowed. She can't.
pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his
Right there
brothers
with the
and
X.
his.
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the question. Just go ahead. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this estate.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
How? She can't even pinpoint when it happened. She's guessing.
I'm not sure. I never heard this.
Mr. Owens, may I give you time to just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
Joel won't be saying anything right now because he's in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
I agree, Marie. And sorry, guys, let's pause it for a second. Who's not saying these are things because George was trying to fight back, trying to save himself? This is ridiculous.
I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to.
This is insane. I've never seen anything so sickening in my life.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Could have been out of self-defense for George. Like, this is ridiculous.
Rib cage area
Yes.
and your arm?
Shame on this courtroom. Shame on this judge.
show you identification, defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes,
Is that your thigh?
yes,
Okay. Do you remember this incident?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off at the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So
Oh,
he slapped my
bullshit.
thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate?
I'd like to
depiction of
smack
the,
you.
The wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3.
This is shameful, Leah. Absolutely shameful.
You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Probably fucking started hitting herself. I wouldn't put it past her, the crazy bitch.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S.
I'm sorry, guys.
That photograph,
I do.
is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
Right?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was
I know, Marie.
very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys.
Joel, turn
And
your phone
so
off.
he was getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help
Yes,
me, to please come
please.
pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted.
If he was to go with a butcher knife to Brian's house, Brian would have called the cops because it would have been threatening to his child. Sarah, stop your effing lying.
to leave, and my little son, who was I believe 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, let her leave.
You put
Brian
a kid
was
in
even
this,
trying
you
to
stupid
negotiate with
bitch.
him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Well, Judge, I'd like to offer this in evidence.
Okay.
What was it pre-marked as, counselor?
Just like S, but not court.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Recall Brian. Recall Brian.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you're referring to? Is that the nail, or is it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself as quickly as I possibly could a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Were those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
Would like to offer identification L into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction?
Oh
of the
my
burn?
God.
Yes.
Is that your thigh
My thigh, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George was drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very, very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him to eat. You know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
Oh my
And
God.
I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat.
Oh my God.
I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. obviously I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive, whatever I can do, please.
You're going to die,
to
but you can drive.
And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
How did you get to the hospital?
originally he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go
being
to the
silly.
hospital?
Yes.
All right, and did,
Can't even with this anymore.
Yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. Can I show you this? All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes,
Did you?
Are you serious,
stick with the
Mary?
story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Of SA?
I'd like to offer this,
She's not even claiming that.
composite exhibit.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6.
I agree, Claudia. This story's not believable. Mary, I don't know what you're talking about. She's not even claiming SA.
Counselor, sir.
Thank you.
Oh my God, I can't believe somebody actually thinks she's telling the truth here.
And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
She's smiling in that picture. That's not from a freaking steak knife.
Yes. Never.
Is this a close-up of the staff member?
Yes.
And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Could you step down and show the video?
Mr. J? You may.
Some of these people come in here. Some of these people come in here and post comments, but they think because they retract it in YouTube, it doesn't come through on StreamYard.
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an indentation.
Yeah, it does look like a surgical sight line.
All right, I'm showing you identification.
Yeah,
T?
I agree, X.
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm not sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together
Exactly. Where's the metadata for these pictures?
for a lot, did you not?
sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet.
Oh my God.
These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted
Hey,
you to be
B.
drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection. It's Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission. Oh,
You may, sir.
all right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes,
as you described?
yes, none of the blood going down my eye, yes.
Her hair doesn't look like it was pulled. I agree, B. It's disgusting.
Showing you would have been marked as exhibit, identification, or defense exhibit. You, identification,
Yes,
can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So
Why would he do that?
Well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are in. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut, and fuck you, and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off, and
my tongue was
because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete, and I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes.
I agree, Dave.
And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic, looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that.
So what she's really saying there is she has industrial carpet. So there's hardly anything there. There's no cushion.
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
Yep.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, we asked that this be identification.
This is disgusting.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
If the prosecution lets this go, she wins. Video or no video.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now,
Some woman probably punched her at the bar because she was coming on to their man.
I'm showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is
She
that
got popped in the eye because she was being a slut and a whore and a tramp.
a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold.
B Rabbit, we don't know. They haven't put any dates to them. There's no metadata for them. Nothing.
From him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
And he wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection.
And I'm sorry, any victim that has to recall these horrific moments, there is a moment where you just want to curl inside you. She is too happy to explain these moments. It's just not true. It's just not
This
true.
Defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Or I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
Exactly. There's just
And,
no trauma.
is that
There's
a very
nothing.
accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
Do you remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured
She
your arm?
seems proud of her stories.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances
Sick
where I
son
would
of a
try to
bitch.
pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many.
Oh, did she get that from the lady that did the autopsy? Bloody under the skin splotches. She picked that up to add into her testimony.
Times
Come
y'all were
on.
intoxicated.
Oh,
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, it would be thinking.
Identification W and evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10. You may, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
I'm sorry.
those fucking mosquito bites
You said it's just
that
from
she
the
scratched.
grip? Him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay.
Ah,
Let's show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
no, in the
Is that
middle
a
of your
fair and
face, you
accurate
fucking retard.
Yes.
Of the injury you sustained by Jorge Torres?
Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to say the R
Do you
word.
remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not very young.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened while this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
Oh,
Uh,
now she's using Johnny Depp. Jesus.
all of the locks were broken in my house.
Or
They were from George taking them in, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury, we can't read your mind.
George
Directing.
wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome. So there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably,
Did you want
Some
house?
time away?
yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser and the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die.
Oh.
And I believe it's this incident, and then punched me, and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
They're saying nothing.
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
This exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Right?
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. But this picture that was taken of the,
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020.
yes,
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial shot?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and
Agreed. B.
bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it.
Oh.
And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna
This was
go.
Photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene.
Look how evil she
Crime
looks in
scene.
pictures.
The investigator that came out and took photographs,
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But isn't this
And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
If they have a background,
What
Dave.
does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February, was it February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out, when,
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? Okay. I'd like to introduce identification law to the evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13.
Yeah, right, Deb?
Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy to copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball
I
bat.
agree, Dave.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
Come on, enough with this shit show. More pictures.
I'm showing you defense identification N.
She's helping him.
5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's begin now.
Yes.
And for those fair and accurate depictions,
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to Jorge Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he?
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
Exactly
He
why.
may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television. or Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he
Me
was for
either.
a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television. And then I
This
was
is
going
all
to
hearsay.
remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be again unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely, he already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video. I'm gonna go ahead and ask Judge if I can introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Okay.
No
Is it O
objection.
or N?
I have O in a composite with 5 photos, that's not having a single photo.
We're moving in an O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George. That particular day. holding the
Stills.
He was telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
This is hearsay. It's a picture.
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
In the process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
But
Is that the result?
no, after that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
I know. Same here, Michael.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
He's showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
In the living room, in the stairwell.
Or were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And I was trying to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No. It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received
Shove
into
it in the
evidence without
judge's
objection
face,
as
why don't
defendant's
you?
15.
I can't take no more of this.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf
Oh
over
my
here is
God, he's not a
son's
fucking child.
bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
Okay. And it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently.
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs.
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
Or she cleaned it up.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those two and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George is, or maybe it's one that Lucas, no, Lucas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's 2 dogs, there's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny, she's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You don't have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Oh.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just...
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? What's pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
This is shameful. Just shameful.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the line dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol y'all consume?
Isn't this disgusting, War?
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess, she's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe
What is this about the dogs?
9, maybe 10.
Yes.
This, guys, this is just, yeah, don't bring me in this, Sarah. Leave the bee rabbits out of this. Oh, hey, Kosher. Has Sarah said my dog stepped on a bee yet? Not yet. Not yet. Michael, swing and a miss on the prosecutor objection. Objecting to small stuff by not big issues, right? Let's, the dogs, that's going too far. This is how Charlie hung himself, going on and on. Honestly, guys, Owen needs to be ashamed of himself. He truly does. More delay, more confusion, and I really don't like the judge anymore. What does Sarah promise these men? Maybe it has something to do like what's going on with the sheriff and judge case. Oh. I think the judge, okay, so I'm going to try to say this. I think Keurig is so sick and tired of Sarah that he just wants this over. And the longer he allows objections and all of this, it drags it on more. I'm going to say that, but I'm also going to say the judge.
All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
Hold on. I think it's about there. What an evil. Yeah, X she has. She's been smirking through the whole thing. Yeah. They're like, just get the bitch off the stand. Absolutely, Jane.
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them off.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue. Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break now.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. We'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Jury exiting.
Be right back, guys.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. If Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
This is just ridiculous. There once in the zone was a friend who drank with Boone, met his end. She scared not a thing as he grew angel wings, but made damn sure she got back his ring. Ain't that the truth? Look at her, so pleased with herself, vile creature. Exactly. This is absolutely, this is bonkers. B Rabbit's gonna change their handle now. Oh, this is just bonkers. I just, oh my God, I can't believe what we're seeing. I can't believe the prosecution's allowing it. I can't believe the judge allowed this.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage.
We don't need to see your ad. We don't need to see your ad. Leah says, would they be able to go back on the interrogation and play some of that to show that she is perjuring herself on the stand? Well, they're going to have to use it. They're truly going to have to. Oh, yes, she wanted his engagement ring back. This is all she cared about. I hope jury noticed that. If Mr. J comes out like a little bitch, and I'm going to say it right now, they will lose this case. Video or no video. Okay, motions aside, let's see if we can figure out what their strategy is now that the state, that is. They're going to have to come out swinging. And if they don't, she wins. Even with that video, guys, she wins because anybody would say a domestic violence victim would snap. And maybe she snapped and she didn't mean it, but she snapped from all the abuse. So if they don't come out swinging, she wins, in my opinion. Can you imagine how the family is feeling sitting there watching here all this bullshit? Yeah. So Joel had said, hold on, let me just see if Joel's going to do a break. Oh, I got to pull up YouTube. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to see if Joel's doing a break. He's going to do one at 5:30, but he should be doing it now because this is the break. Yeah, you agree? You see that too? Like, supposedly there's only one family member in the courtroom. Try again. There once in the zone was a friend who, drinking with Boone, met his end. She cared not a thing as he grew angel wings, but made damn sure she got back his ring. I would have thought he would have came out during that 15-minute break. It is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. We'll get back to the case just in case. I've never seen anything like this. I think I'm more disappointed in the prosecution, how they're just letting, they're not demanding the dates of these pictures. They're not asking for the metadata on these pictures. There's nothing. Deb, you're right. There is a special place for people like her. Like, I've never seen a case where they don't want the metadata from these pictures. I think they're trying to throw in that George was abusive to the dogs, which would tug at anyone's heart. They're just using everything and anything. Absolutely, they are. Yeah, between this and the Adelsons, I know. Like, I've never thought that anybody could be worse than Rashbaum. And then in walks James Owens. I hope so, Claudia. I hope but in the same sense, they should have brought it out first. Why even subject the jury to it without having Owens show when it was taken? Any of it. Like, it should have been before. Yeah, Owens takes first place 100%. He is a slime ball. I knew he was worse than Rashi from the beginning. I knew something was up with him. I've been saying it from the beginning, guys. You've heard me say it. I just don't have proof, so I can't vocalize my thoughts, but I think a certain attorney and him are buddies, but I have no proof, so it's just speculation. Rash would argue that Sarah was extorted. Yeah, I agree, Deb. Something felt slimy about Owens. I agree. And Michael, it does. If we look back at Rash and that defense, actually makes sense for Rashbaum because he's a finance lawyer. So he had to make the defense work around what he knows. Rashi is cunning like Sarah, or sorry, Owens is cunning like Sarah. Rash is more manipulative. I wonder when we'll get the response if the Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day because I'm like the whole double extortion doesn't fit. And I know it's not going to be popular, me saying this, guys. I know it's not going to be popular. But I am wondering if Rashbaum was probably a big part in that defense. Everybody says it was Charlie's defense, but I'm wondering if it was a lot of Rashbaum in there. I'm not saying Charlie didn't have a say in it. I'm just saying I'm wondering if Rashbaum directed it into that direction. I still think they would have had a better defense with Charlie saying he asked them to go beat Dan up. And they took it too far. But that's just my opinion on the matter. And I am waiting for Charlie's plan to hit the fan. Charlie has to prove his conviction was unjust. Yep. And you know what? If they can prove that Rashbaum was talking to Donna about when he was her attorney about this case, because we all know those waivers are worse. There's toilet paper's got more value than those waivers. I'm predicting right now that Charlie gets a retrial. I'm putting it out there. I think he gets a retrial. I'm not too sure if they're going to be tried together, which I think they can do because basically Donna was on trial and Charlie's trial, so. But then again, I also think if Charlie gets a retrial, he flips. But those are my opinions. Has that been 15 minutes already? Cranic, you are not popular right now, man. He's an FSU fan. I wonder how long it takes for them to decide now that Offerman's.
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Dick Extra on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the Boone.
Colin Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
I agree too, Marie. I'm just wondering if he's going to get that chance or not. I don't know.
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
I think so, though. Sarah's going to miss supper time.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes?
All right, let's do it.
Oh, Judge, hold on. Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry.
Back to the shit show. Well, they should have got those waivers in writing and had everybody on video. It's their fault. It's their fail.
Jury entering.
I need a Kit Kat. And a coffee crisp.
State, do you recognize our jury? Yes, sir. Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait. Can the parties approach for a moment?
They all underestimated Charlie. I'll tell you that much. He knows he's the lackey. He knows it. And I'll tell you this much. Donna knows it now, too. That she underestimated Charlie.
All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is it? Is this,
I doubt it.
Is this read to your ear?
Yes.
Excuse me, Owens. I thought you said you weren't going to use those till closing.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
Identification D. TV. Identification E. That's your arm.
Yes.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Yeah, but Claudia, when he was trying to get them in for identification, he had said he was only going to use them for closing. That's why I said what I said.
Identification H. This is the eye. your face shot?
Yes.
With a lip? The eyebrow?
But he thinks he's got the jury on his side right now. That's why he's doing it, I think.
And this is the back patio of the dog?
Yes.
Camel bounce?
In a coffin.
It's been,
There's a moat around it.
let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and
You think you know,
suggested to
asshole.
George to call the children, but then I think, did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay.
Nothing, you didn't miss nothing.
And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I agree, B.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that live next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Oh, there's another line or interview.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident in which Georgia kicked you in the eye.
Stomped me, yes.
Stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came And
100%, Michael. This is
investigated.
Yes.
And both of you were arrested.
Correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And
Whoa. This is the interview where there's a police cam of her being arrested where he stomped her in the eye. Guys, in that video, there's no black eye.
do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was in complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever? Or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of
You're
detail, but
welcome.
what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Michael, never be sorry, and you don't have to keep quiet. Not in the coffee crew. We talk and we say exactly what we're feeling in here. This is disgusting. I can't even get it. X, you're right. Now he's a perv. Come on. Oh, this bitch.
How did you stay?
Right,
you got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through.
Reading the fucking handbook.
To serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep. And love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And
right, Michael?
I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
At the beginning, through my divorce, It was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected. And
He was 103 pounds soaking wet. That's not a
as
man.
my sounds used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
I like my ego stroke.
During that period of time, when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested.
Directing the
I
defendant.
want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But
God,
first, I want to
right,
ask you,
yeah,
why did you
well.
go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Oh,
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then when you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened?
right.
Is it released to Detective Copley?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Lowen to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply was getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Oh, fuck, the prosecutors woke up. Yeah, cuss away, Michael. Honestly, guys, this is this channel is for us to just be who we are, speak our minds. That's what it is.
You may proceed.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
Why she what?
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the,
So this discredited everything that they're going to say.
to this incident.
He's going to run this
Is it fair
out.
to say that when Jorge Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated, or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
See, and I think they just discredited the video, the interview, because he got her to say, yeah, I lied in it. So now what are they going to do? They're going to say, you lied in this? Yeah, I have already admitted to it. Jesus Christ, they give him too much rope.
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
Absolutely.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate it?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and
Page
feeding the
Page 53 in the DV handbook.
ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Confession, false speculation.
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Finally, they know the words.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Of course.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the
Oh.
day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Objection, not responsive.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of
Right, Jane?
safety,
At all times.
but especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Objection, not responsive. Yes or no?
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him.
Oh,
Just-
fuck off. Fuck off with that for a minute. Are any of the people in here who have experienced DV that calm and unemotional when talking about the abuse or fear? No, I still tear up. My heart still races. I still shake. It doesn't go away. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Where's your big crescendo, Owens? Come on.
Miss Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're.
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night.
Oh my God.
I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died,
You
or I would have
fucking
been
bitch.
disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
Oh my guys, I just need to take a minute. I just need to take a minute. This fucking bitch. I didn't want to die. Does she even understand what it's like being in that position in life where your life, you don't know if you're going to survive or not? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. I'll go back to it.
Did George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., that's It's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach.
Oh. I got no words, guys. I'm so angry right now. I'm just. She can't help but smirk. Oh. I have a breathalyzer and 3 drinks the night before. Granted, mine were triple shots. Say you're still legally intoxicated until like 2 next day. That's drinking at 8 night before. Isn't that something?
You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
Put them out. Show the jury. No gloves, sir. No gloves, sir.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing.
Okay.
If it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree?
Yes.
You're wasting time, sir.
And when you say half, are we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
It's too right about.
Okay.
That's less than half there, sister.
So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct?
Yeah.
So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't tell exactly.
She'll be drooling over the bottle.
And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they went in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between two people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
All right. Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
Oh my
From the
God.
alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened.
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
Clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
Okay. All right. Now, today you testified about the time frame between the two videos, correct?
I haven't heard that in a long time.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And
Sorry for
the
your
lid
laugh,
is
Richard.
down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
Yes.
And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
Is this the video? That's why they need to come at her. Throw everything at her right now. Not smirking there.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12, 45 p.m. Image underscore 1062 movie begins being captured. And we've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image underscore 1063 that move.
I agree, Michael. Just hammer it in. Don't try to twist anything. Don't try to trick. Just put out the facts.
Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Oh my
But
fucking
you did not tell us
God.
earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
Okay.
That right there.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
There was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt, so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next
Well, that's
day.
a lesson.
So
Oh.
you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
You gotta be kidding me. Right now.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device.
Okay,
right.
I'm
Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? Huh?
Yep. Absolutely, they will, Michael. The truth flows like water. Lies do not.
This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had
George
we had
did,
you and Mr. Torres,
from the suitcase.
2 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Do you remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now,
Oh
you
my
testified
God.
moments ago that your two neighbors.
Sorry, guys, but if that's the case, he died in that suitcase before she went up to bed. Oh my God.
Must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And
That doctor the other day said in a confined location, 8 minutes somebody could pass away. I bet you this bitch waited until there was no more movement, no more sound, and then went to bed. Oh my God.
that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
It's okay, Coach.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Bitch.
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you
I agree.
call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
Where's he going with this? He needs to be firing this at her. Firing
What
it.
did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Don't
Did
give
y'all
her a
have lunch?
moment to think.
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct?
Yes.
And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
100%, Michael.
I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Okay. And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Flush hours.
Well, when did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
Okay. And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
Well, if you change the
All right,
lock,
it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing A lot of my hair, yes, that was on the stairwell.
Okay. And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Right.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles.
She's a damn lush. She doesn't know what a Magnum is.
Yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct?
Yeah.
He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
Thank you.
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to 20, and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that you're familiar with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules? Cool.
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek works.
So explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay.
So why do you think?
And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you turned downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right. But you saw, you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip them shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant,
Show me the proof of George thought it was funny.
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
You go down.
Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
Make her get in the suitcase. Make her get in the suitcase. Look how hard it is from the outside. Get in, bitch.
Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it down here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold on. Does she need to wear gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
It was tag style hide and seek. He's directing her what to do right now. Oh, she did. Look at she thinks her actual freaking.
So, where's the paperclip? And do you remember what it was in?
Where was the paper clip?
This side.
Fuck off, Owens.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor's attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't
Okay.
know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull
Is there an objection?
Yes.
Approach.
Bloody hell. They took off the freaking paper clip. This could make this whole thing invalid for this suitcase right now. Because it's not the way it was at the crime scene. Oh my God. Take another look at that suitcase, you evil, twisted human being. I'd be better off if they said, get in. Get in and demonstrate how George was in there. Why wasn't this brought up earlier? Cannot change a paper clip to match overhauled. Overruled. Yep. I don't think it's going to be overruled, Claudia. It's not in the same condition as it was at the crime scene. I'll be glad if it's overruled. No, Owen says it wasn't even on there at lunchtime. It was in its own little envelope.
Objections overruled.
Oh,
All right.
If you're most comfortable, sir.
we're right, Claudia. Thank
Can
you.
we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand up? If you want me to do it, I'm fine. I'll take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase was. This was up here. This was not this hard either. So this was like here.
Okay.
Right here.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
I assume this one was much closer. It's not over there? Where did you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping it shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
I agree, there's no way.
Just tell me what it's at.
I mean, it was.
Why are you helping her?
I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was on pretty much. Yes. From what I can remember.
There's no way his hand could have come out there. His head was there.
How
That's
he
what
was
she
kind
said.
of with his hand out, it was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
Yeah. Jay, but not Owen.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct?
Play it again.
And then between there, in that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him at the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions?
It should be.
Need redirect examination?
It should be.
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the...
Excuse me, what just happened there? What? What do you mean, we rest? What do you mean?
The bat, he was inside the briefcase.
The suitcase, yes.
The suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him.
What just happened there?
Pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you. That's all.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
What?
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
What? He might as well just kissed her ass.
All right, come on up, y'all.
What the hell just happened there? Go on, buddy. Seriously, what just happened there? I agree. Like this has been shocking to me. Shocking. They will show the rest at closing like a video, but this I can't even. This is shocking to me. even Georgia with Wendy, where Wendy had immunity, was questioned more than, this is why black people say the system is rigged. This is it right here. I'm stunned. I am so stunned. I am so stunned. They're letting this jury go home tonight with all of the implying victim. I am stunned. Well, I am writing Mr. J an email as a victim. I'm writing him an email. And I'm going to tell him how ashamed I am. Kosher, I wouldn't doubt it. I honestly, I'm not, I said if the prosecution didn't come at her with the facts, we've all seen the video. Play it again. I don't care if you got to play that video 20 times. Play it again.
All right, members of the jury, thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
I'm shocked. I'm stunned. I'm literally stunned that he let, oh my God. Howard, piece of shit. Howard.
Thank you. With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow. And the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with Collin?
Yes, sir.
Michael, I'm so disappointed in them. It is ridiculous. I don't know, Mary. They put on a good TV act. The prosecution need to come out with all her lies that he needed to contradict every single one in cross, and they did not do it. He literally kissed her ass.
Judge, we've had discussions with Ms. Boone, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of Jorge Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So, ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding,
for the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
And then just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in bed now.
Let's do worst case scenario.
She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Tim, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, state? Anything else from the defense?
No,
All right. The court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone's schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then
Spit it out, man. Spit it out.
There's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on, and we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the lay of the land. All right. We will see you all. That's what, one more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
That's flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon?
That's an unreasonable demand on time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we could get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight, and that didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate a lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what our plans were.
Deposition will be at 5:30 tomorrow, or at any other, if we got to have it later, depending on how we go. We'll address it at that time. All right, thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
I don't know what type of shit show we just watched. I'm serious. Claudia, you disagree with the fact that the prosecutors should have called her out on her lies and stuff? Both the judge and prosecution seem to be blowing this right in front of our faces. Why? What did we just see here? They refuted literally nothing at all. I agree. Nothing. She put all those stuff out there. Put up on the screen her interview again. Go over what she said. They let her say she lied in those interviews because she was afraid. They might as well pinned a badge on her. I'm sorry, but as a victim of both SA and DV, this makes me sick to my stomach. Makes me absolutely sick to my stomach. Prosecution better have one hell of a closing argument, and I doubt that highly, Jane. I doubt it highly. Michael, I hope the prosecutors don't request a steak and lobster dinner for Sarah tonight in jail with a butler and white gloves. They might as well serve it to her and feed it to her themselves. Leah, that's exactly what I want to ask. I was in the middle of washing dishes and I had to stop, dry my hands and say, what? Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Why didn't they drill her about her memory? Why it's so good and why she can remember. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't have much faith in prosecution. I don't either. And Swarby, I hope I'm saying that right. If not, please correct me. Florida is soft on crime. I can't speak to that because but do you think closing arguments tomorrow? Nope. Closing arguments probably Friday. The jury will not excuse this because of DA. They know George did not get to answer that. In this case, DA will not work. I'm hoping, Claudia, I just don't see it. It should have been game over today. It should have. It truly should have. Rochelle, no, I disagree when you said prosecutors did a shitty job. Oh, I'm hoping you're correct, Claudia. I truly am. But from a perspective of a victim, they did a shitty job. I thought they should have played the suitcase video again. Yep. And they should have put up the police interview again. Called her out on those things. Get her to explain why she said it was a great day. Ever since he took that class, we've had great days. He even said to me one time, Sarah, is that what I've done to you? I'm so sorry. It's been great. I don't trust the prosecution. I don't either. Call her out on the lies over and over. Should have gone over everything she said during her taunting of George. Absolutely. 100% they should have done that. You got to remember, guys, the closing statement's a summary. It's not supposed to be taken as evidence. They needed to do that on the cross. I think we do know. We just don't want to say it. I'm losing all faith in the justice system. The system works for the criminals. X says, Claudia, I will say they did a shit job. I will. Like, Claudia and I are having we disagree, but again, this is Crime and Coffee. We're allowed to disagree, and we're allowed to speak our opinions, and we're allowed to have our say. And just because we disagree doesn't mean we argue. And I'm actually hoping Claudia's right and I'm wrong. Maybe in closing they will do this, but again, it's not evidence. It's just a summary. And because they don't have Sarah saying it's wrong, you got a bunch of men. Listen, guys, I'm not saying men don't get abused here, but please hear me out. You got two men at the prosecution table, and they're battling this woman that's saying she's been DV'd. And they don't go after and call her out on her lies. So, we'll wait. We'll wait. And what are you talking? Drop the sex card. I'm not dropping any card. I'm trying to explain that a jury might look at it as the fact that there's these two men going up against a woman. I don't want that to be a fact. I want the bitch to go to jail and stay there for a very long time. Friends, I've been watching trials since OJ. This happens all the time. Not some of the time, not once in a while, all the time. This is gross to me. Hi, Barb. If she was so afraid, why was she in the shower waiting for him to come upstairs to fool around? Yeah, and that wasn't even brought out. The prosecution didn't say you were so afraid he was going to get out and unalive you, but you said here that you thought he were going to go up and have relations. Come on. Well, folks, it's all come down to a Florida jury, just saying. I'm just hoping that jury looks through all this crap and convicts. So do I, Marie. I truly do. Exactly at Barb 17, no way would a woman want sex when someone is afraid. Absolutely not. Michael, the prosecutors showed their hands when sitting silent through defense questioning of Sarah. Then subpar job at cross of Sarah. I don't expect much in closing. I don't either, Michael. I don't either. Swore, I have no idea what you are. You're saying a woman that is afraid of her life, afraid for her life, and has been abused, wants that man to even touch her? Are you kidding me? I just... Yeah, Claudia, and that's perfectly fine, Claudia. I respect your opinion, absolutely. And trust me, I am praying you are right. I'm betting for you. That's right. I'm analyzing differently than you and most people on here. And I gratefully appreciate that. I so appreciate, because you are helping me in my anger. So thank you, Claudia. Michael says, Rochelle, sorry, but I have to run. Thanks for the trial coverage and your channel. Great guests, mods, and opinions. Have a good night. You have a great night too, Michael. Maybe you and I will be able to take a breath here in a few minutes, because this was really stressful. Women choose sex when they're afraid to pacify the abuser. Sadly, it happens all the time. I can only speak from my life, my story, and it's not something I I would be okay with. It's not something I was okay with at all. Well, her argument was laughable, and the judge, the prosecution let it go, not just on purpose, but I will say by design, and they don't care. We all are rightfully confused. They just don't care. I see it that way too, X. Yeah, and that's not called their free will. If they're complying, that's not free will. That's SA. Leah, I am speechless too. Please do not say I am not okay with victims doing what they need to do to survive, because that is absolutely not true. I said by complying, that is not them just giving over free will. That is them being assaulted. Do not say I am okay with other victims doing that to survive. Not okay. Because that is so untrue. And you're new to this channel. You don't know my background. Unless you are not new to this channel, just a new name. I was AR'd by my father for years, and I did it willingly. Otherwise, there would be violence throughout the household. So don't shame. I'm not shaming victims. Why are you saying I'm shaming victims? I'm actually stating the exact same thing you are stating. I don't say you did it willingly. You had no other choice because there would have been violence. That is SA. I'm not putting a positive spin to what you went through. I'm agreeing that yes, some women do it, but it's not willingly. It's because they're doing it for their safety, because they're being SA'd. So do not sit there and say I'm victim shaming when you don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. What you said before is that somebody's not going to let a man, they are afraid of sex with them. You said it over and over. I said it once, and I said in my situation, I was not okay with that. I, on the other hand, took the beatings because I was not okay with that. You, on the other hand, did what you needed to survive that way. So if you're going to come at me and victim shame me, I took the beatings. I have the scars to prove it because I wasn't okay with that. I don't victim shame you because you knew that was how you would survive. So before you start coming at me, know what I'm saying. Yeah, unbelievable, guys. I have never once victim shamed a person once ever. If a woman or a man, and I'm saying a man because it can happen. I did not say it over and over. Rewind, watch it again. But you know what? Can one of my mods take care of this person? Honestly, I'm just done with it. How dare you come in here and disrupt this chat? How dare you? And as a victim, I'm kind of wondering if you are now. Yeah, your mother was physically abused by the father for years. I am so sorry, Barb, your mom had went through that. I am so sorry. How is it that every time we come on here, do we get this? All I'm saying is in my situation, I took the beatings or I was SA'd, one or the other. But I did not do it willingly to make him happy. I didn't. I took the beatings instead. And then I got SA'd. But at least I knew in my heart I was putting up a fight. I'm not saying people that get SA'd by their partner, male or female, is something they're doing. It's not willingly. They're doing it to survive, yes, but in their hearts and their minds, they're not doing it willingly. Be ready for that, Rochelle. There will be troll, and your instinct will usually find them. That breaks my heart. It truly does, because men and women, this happens to. And that prosecution team allowed her to own a story that wasn't hers. They just allowed it today. And I understand Claudia and I have a difference of opinion, and I welcome it. And God, I really do hope that Claudia is right. I really do. Barb says, 7 kids in the house, she couldn't leave. She had to survive. Sarah could have left. She had no ties with him. Exactly. And your mom did what she needed to survive for her and her kids. And that means in her heart and soul, she was assaulted. It wasn't she just decided, oh, I'm going to make sure he's happy. No, she did it to survive. It's probably Sarah Boone in chat waiting to transport back to jail, causing a little hell to pass the time. Oh, I put up with it because I had two years, had to get the money to leave, but learn buttons to push so I could control blow up and then stand up to him. That's right. Oh, Rochelle, we know you and what you are saying. Don't let a dumbass upset you, not worth it. Thank you, Claudia. I appreciate that. Coercion is not a willing act, right? Like, literally, that person, whoever it was, just made it look like a victim will be okay with. No, they're not. In their hearts, in their souls, in their brains, they know what's happening to them. They go numb. They just zone out. They go just leave their bodies. It's not. No victim does it willingly. They know what's happening to them. And that scars every moment. Every day gets a new scar, and a new scar. Agreed, Rochelle. And why did the prosecution behave the way they did? We the people deserve better than what we say today, what we saw today, and we will instinctively know it. Yep. I agree. Hey, if you think of it, Sarah's little smirks today remind me of Charlie's smirk in the recent booking photo. Yep. And what did Charlie get? So any mods that are in here right now, this is a new rule, because this channel's got to come back to where it was without these trolls. And from now on, if you feel, don't wait for me. If you feel it's a troll, get their ass out of here. Honestly, let's get this channel back. Let's take it back from the trolls. I had to disassociate, watch TV, went to sleep, stared at ceiling until over. Deb, I get it. And that's what I was standing up for. That it's not, you're not willing. give them a timeout. And then if they come back in and they're still going, we ban their asses. Enough's enough. Just like Madeline Soto, they didn't ask to be abused, but went on for years, right? It's the saddest thing in the world because it happens to both. And like when they come in, oh, way to make it about the sex. No, it's not. But this stuff can happen to men and women. Look at poor George. He was a man. He was a victim. The minute this world starts to realize that this can happen to both genders, the better it will be. The better it will be. This is enough. I can't take it anymore. And I just don't understand why people feel that they got to come at me saying I'm victim shaming. It's the last thing I would ever do. Oh. I thought it was safe to come back on YouTube. Yeah, see? My son-in-law was tormented with his babies, tormented, and his babies used against him for control. Yeah, it's not something you're willing to do. It's you do it no matter what the type of violence or manipulation you're going through. You do it so like Deb, her son-in-law could be around his babies. You're not doing it willing. You're doing it because this is how you see your kids. This is how you survive. And for this bitch to claim abuse is absurd and sick, and to think she can walk. Right? I'm afraid of it. I truly am. Like, again, I'm going to go back to Claudia, and I'm going to put my hopes in Claudia that I'm just seeing this from a more heightened state. But seriously, I hope Claudia's right. I hope I'm wrong. But this today, yeah, you knew it was a troll. Ignore, yeah. This today was disgusting. It was literally, I really had hopes in the prosecution to call her out on everything that she was saying up there. I just am done with it. So, well, thank you guys for joining me for this Sarah Boone show. I will not be on tomorrow because I have to go to work. I didn't realize I was going to be a whole day doing Sarah Boone. But I will come on tomorrow night and we will go over what these special witnesses are from the defense. Rochelle, that person got exactly where they wanted to get under your skin. They triggered you on purpose. Anyone that does that is, I'll say, low IQ overcompensation. Yeah. I know I'm trying to get better at it to not let them, but when they start saying the victim thing, it's too close to my heart. Victims are too close to my heart, and it sets me right off. Yeah, it was a circus today, Marie. Absolutely. X says, great stream, Rochelle. Thanks. Yeah, crimes, as I said, from the opening statement, he lacked passion for this case. He did. And I took it as he was just tired of it, and it looks like that. X says, have a great night, everyone. Okay, we will miss you. Oh, evening is good anyways. Yeah, I'm going to come on probably about 7:30 and we'll just go over, hopefully they're not long, testimonies. Flying monkeys, we all know who that is. Yeah. Claudia says kosher style. I agree. Thanks, Claudia. We agree, Claudia. We agree. X, think about what we saw today, friends. It wasn't right what we saw, and we all know it. I'll probably have it on while I'm at work, just so I know if we can speed through boring crap, but tomorrow is, bloody hell, I don't even know what today is. Today's Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. So they said they should be closing statements on Friday. Oh. It's going to be interesting, guys. See how this one falls. I looked at this as a slam dunk case. Now I don't feel so slam dunky. But, all right, everyone. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for joining me because it was no notice. So I appreciate you. Have a wonderful night, and I will be speaking to you tomorrow. Have a good night, all. Thank you.